No.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ilgis and I want to present you our second project. It's about data constraints visualization. Okay, let's start. So basically, as you have seen before, our information system is quite complex. We have many models and even more constraints actually. So, for example, we use several technologies to manage those constraints. For example, we use PostgreSQL, RDBMS, and it has several constraint facilities. For example, there are some simple things like not null constraints, check constraints, and foreign keys, which can allow us to check data between several tables. And we have general purpose triggers where we can write our own constraint checking in any programming language. We use PLPG SQL, and also we use Ruby on Rails. Ruby on Rails also provides several types of validations already built in to the framework. Additionally, we have association scopes to do some checking for us. And of course, for general purpose, we can implement Ruby code to check various things. So the problem is that there are too many constraints in our system. It is hard to manage. Okay, we implement them in PLPG SQL or SQL or Ruby on Rails, but it's hard to understand. It is hard to trace the actual requirements from database to in Postgres backend Ruby on Rails. Then the data transforms for GraphQL. Then the data transforms again for front end, and in the end, who knows how the user will understand the data. And in general, inside our company, it is also hard to communicate. Not impossible, but not easy. So we need to communicate those constraints from users to analytics, from analytics to developers. And yes, any question, it comes from analytics to developers. So maybe we can somehow enable analytics to understand our data constraints. So some examples in Postgres. Okay, for example, we have a table movings, which represents the task to move some goods from one warehouse to another warehouse. It references, it's a foreign key, some tasks for picking, so that warehouse should accept some goods. Also, moving as a task has some states, like picking, is it already picking or not, and just some general state, which is an enumeration. So here we see another constraint, not null. Then, in Postgres, you can implement checks. Checks describe the state of a row. You can write constraints which use several fields of one row. You cannot do joins, you cannot reference other rows, but you can describe something about the row. For example, here we say that each row should be either created or canceled, or it should not be picking, or picking ID should be set. Or we can make an additional constraint check that state is, if state is created, then picking ID should be not set. Okay, this is kind of easy. Then we can have triggers. Uh, if you know, in Postgres, you can create triggers. For example, this is real Postgres code. You can say create constraint trigger after update of state field in on table movings for each row. When new state becomes cancelled and new picking is true, then you execute a function. Then we describe a function, create function, blah blah blah, start procedure. So basically, in this programming language, PLPG SQL, we do some checks. We check, okay, if all picking ID was null, then okay, it's okay. Then if it was not null, then we kind of join the table. We find the picking of this moving. Then we check the state. It should be not in cancelled. It should be cancelled or finished. If not, then we raise an error. Otherwise, everything is okay, so we return new. Basically, this is kind of hard, right? So the solution, as we see it, we need to visualize everything. Yes, some may say that there are many database schema visualizers or explorers, but they usually do not support checks or triggers because it's like in reality it's not clear how to show even. Yes, you can draw tables, you can draw foreign keys, maybe underline primary keys and so on, but this is not enough for us. Also, maybe there are some visualizers for Ruby on Rails models, but we haven't found it yet. It would be cool to integrate everything together because, yeah, some part of the constraints is in Ruby, some part is in Postgres. Yes, it is very easy to show not null foreign keys checks. It is very easy to just to draw the associations in Ruby on Rails, some basic validations. It is hard to kind of parse triggers functions or Ruby methods to understand what is referenced, what is used in those checks. It is very hard to really understand what is happening, what should be asserted. Yes, so possible steps for this project is, okay, you take the schema, it comes in the form of the Postgres schema in SQL, and you have the real Ruby on Rails model definitions code from us. Okay, it is very easy to connect tables to models. Yes, we do not invent anything new, and we use the normal facilities of Ruby on Rails. Then you parse, you analyze this, produce some intermediary representation of the schema, the full schema, and you visualize this everything on one picture. Okay, it is not hard to do. You take some language like PlantUML or something else, and you just draw a giant picture. But it's not usable still, so you will probably need to implement a graphical explorer, which will be very helpful for us. So at minimum, we think that the team should have at least these skills. So we need a backend developer for implementing the analysis itself. So if you have some experience with PG or ROR, then okay, it's a plus. But in general, the backend developer here will be responsible for code analysis. Very cool. Designer, okay, someone will need to really think how to make those diagrams and the Explorer usable. Okay, we really want to use this, not just to draw and forget. So front-end developer, someone will need to implement this, either to make a program which generates the diagram or to implement the visual graphical interactive Explorer. And yes, MSITSC, we need some kind of person responsible for communication with us. We will really like to know the state of the project tracking, requirements engineering, and so on. We really want to do this. Why choose this project? Yeah, basically you can taste the complexity of some information system, of some information systems. You will learn basically, yeah, you will learn how to manage requirements, how to trace requirements with the implementation and so on. Well, maybe not learn, but just to show us or to try to implement this, and you will get some deeper understanding of RDBMS. Maybe it will be a plus for your future interviews. Yeah, and yes, you will build tools for improving software engineering processes overall, and it is possible to make some research project, I think, from this for analyzing data constraints in databases. So yeah, my name is Ilgis Musafin, backend developer at MPI. Any questions?
Thank you. So we have 3 minutes to questions.
Yeah, just a quick question. Why Ruby on Rails in 2000? Because like this is super rare if in Russia, especially. I know like it's very popular in the States and especially like North America, but in Russia this is like.
I don't know. I was not there in the beginning, but I personally really like Ruby. Ruby is a cool language.
Okay, but do you use it like for the?
We built only the API.
Okay. Okay, so it's not used like for MVC pattern, like.
Kinda. No, the front end is the GraphQL API, but inside it's MVC.
Okay, so you like display the data with the Ruby, basically, to the user, the front.
Yes, Ruby sends JSONs to React application.
Okay.
So who's going to use this system, and what are you trying to find there?
We will
visualize what kind of problem.
Yes. So basically, in our system there are many things, many documents, many constraints. Like for example, you cannot start some task unless you have this and this requirements, but then you cannot break the invariant of some things and so on. There are many constraints, and it is hard to understand. You easily forget what you had.
By managers,
developers and managers mainly. But then we will see if it is really usable. Maybe we will integrate it with our user documentation.
And what are you trying to solve? So you look at the picture, and can you give me an example? What problems?
So analytic comes to developers and asks, can we start this process in this and this state? And the developers, they have to open the Postgres schema, check all the constraints, and think. Instead of this, we want to give the diagram or this graphical explorer to the analytic so that he can understand. So this is kind of documentation, but which is generated from the code, but very smart documentation.
So a new company is MPI Cloud or?
No, our company is MPI. MPI.
Okay. Oh, okay.
One more question. Okay.
The question is, for example, it can generate this. Yeah, this person can ask this question, text format, and receive the answer in text format. Will it suffice, or visualization be part of the?
Maybe. So this is the part of requirements engineering. We understand our problem, and this solution is just an example. If you come to us and propose a better solution, very good.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions? Write to me. Write to us.
Yes, and guys, yes, if you have like some urgent questions immediately came to your mind, you could text me. I will redirect to our colleagues and will send you the answer. General chat.
And just a quick reminder, after that, the project will have 3.
Мяу. Помогите лояльному пользователю Мака, пожалуйста. Правда, он что-то либо слишком долгий, либо я что-то не понимаю, почему я его не могу открыть.
Он просто слишком долгий.
Слишком долгий? Я тыкаю, он не тыкается. Ну, давай, тыкни мне, пожалуйста.
Так, я ссылку скопирую.
Может, его от того перерефрешнуть? Попросили. Вот, началось technical difficulties. А, ну да.
Он думает, не надо его торопить.
О, да.
О,
Еще не, подожди, еще крутится. Давай, ты можешь.
Thanks a lot for the opportunity. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye, thank you.
goodbye, thank you. Не отвечать.
Что? А, блин, тут же этот. Я хотел сказать, может переключиться на мозг.
О,
Ура. Зашибись.
или надо сам поставить, скачать и запустить.
Да, отлично, все получилось. Так, okay, guys, sorry for the hiccup. It made me a little bit nervous, but I'll try to do my best and explain the project. So, my name is Stas Litvinov, and I'm here to present you our idea of Innopolis University Alumni Club portal. Interesting. So who we are? We are a team, a small team of enthusiasts, inside, both from inside and outside of the university. We started the club last year. It was, I think, third or fourth attempt to do such thing inside the university, but now we sort of succeed because we created some movements, some projects, and people actually use it. And well, the idea was by Evgeny Sirachudinov. You all know him. He is the head of Student Affairs Department, and our main, I would say, main person who actually does things is Victoria Kondratyeva. She is here today, and you probably all know her. And I'm acting president of this club, effective, I think, till 2022. Also, I'm SAT graduate. What we actually want in our project. So, if you look into our document, it will be written that we have to create and develop a community of active, successful people, blah, 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 blah. But in much simpler terms, we want this. Sort of this, of course, in the future. But we don't need like 230,000 alumni to start thinking about it. So we decided to start now. And our project is about communication. So first, we want the university to be able to communicate to the students. We want the students to be able to continue to be the part of community. So we want the students to communicate back to the university. We want the students to communicate with each other, because sometimes you need a help. Sometimes you need a partner, a business partner, or something like this. And you remember, like, what the person that I studied with, she was very good at marketing. And to find this person, you could just go to the portal and find him. And we also have many ideas Here you see our Miro board with ideas of how to create this community of active and successful people dividing the same goals and all that stuff. So where are we now? We have a portal, alumni.innopolis.university. You can go and look into that. We don't have much inside. We have like photo galleries, some news, and the form, the simple form to register to obtain a new alumni card, which will grant you access into the university facilities. Other than that, we want to provide the support to borrow the books from the library, to get inside the university, to sign up for the courses as audit and so on. So what we expect from you, sorry, make it, oh, fine. So what we expect from you to do? First, we want you to re-evaluate our requirements, our ideas, and reassess their values to understand if we really need to develop them now or later or never, and so on. Then we want you to produce a development plan in this should include not only not only these 2 semesters, but probably next couple of years. So we want this project to be alive. And then we, of course, want you to develop because you are developers. And we want you to develop the portal, which will be integrated with IT systems of Innopolis University, of course, because you need to log in somehow. It should be developed according to their requirements. And as we talked recently with them, they said that you have to pay maximum attention to the security. What we require, well, as I can think of, it's maintainability and supportability, because again, we want it to be running for the several years. Other than that, we don't know. So we have only ideas, but we don't have any technical requirements, limitations, and this is how it should look like from the point of view of Innopolis University. So this is the information system, this is some authorization module, and all the other system is built around this module. I don't know how. So what's needed for you? First, since we don't know nothing about this project, you are totally free to develop like using whatever technologies you want, whatever processes you need. So we're not development company, so you are free. You will be your own customers. So after you graduate, you will be first users of this system. So you will see the requirements both from inside and outside of the system. I proudly can say that in our club, there are some brightest alumni from years 15 to 20, and you are going to work with us. And of course, you will have some early access to what's going on inside. And believe me, it's very interesting things. That's it. I'm ready to answer your questions. Yes.
So, like as alumni of bachelors here as well, I have a question. So, like how it will be different from the these Telegram chats that where students always complain, like this thing, the passes to the university, always something is going on.
Yeah.
So
first of all, no one will complain on your page.
Because there will be no complaint options.
Yeah, of course. Whatever you develop, you can develop a complaint option, but
yeah, just like how it will be, like how it will bring like the value instead of like the Telegram chat, because the Telegram chat is actually like probably the way much faster communication rather than alumni classes.
Yeah, of course. Telegram is much faster, but we discussed it. We discussed it with Victoria, and it will bring value in several ways. First of all, she's the person who actually is behind all the processes right now, and the processes are very painful. First of all, it will solve some issues for the university employees. And right now, she receives like Telegram message or email message, and then she runs a bunch of inside processes by hand. And so we are going to change that. Yeah. Right. So basically, we are going to
Like just made the post to the ground. Really sophisticated one.
And another thing, one reach to this information with for example, something technology and search another minutes write some text, for example, games or radio programs or real evaluation and put some text and use it.
So yeah, basically we are going to integrate some official communication with the university. You can, for example, ask for a copy of your diploma, or you can upload your, how do I say it, your documents that you must upload after you graduate and go to the industry to support that you are working there, or you can, I don't know, you can sign up for the courses as an audit student, and you will not find a person who is responsible, because again, Victoria might, hopefully not, but she might leave the university, I don't know. And you will have like one point of access to all the university facilities. And basically, when I prepared this presentation, you all saw the slide about Stanford, and if you go there, they have like many benefits for the alumni, such as discounted Apple stores, free bike rentals, I don't know, something like using the university facilities. And I believe that university will grow, and as it grows, we are going to integrate and provide these features for the students. So it's it.
One last question, please. Are there any requirements for the tech stack, or should we use the current tech stack? So,
Sorry.
are there any requirements for the technologies?
No, not at all. So the current site is developed with Bittrex CMS. It's written on PHP, but you're free as long as this theory is right. You're free to use any stack that you want. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next presentation.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, but one moment, I will start sharing your screen.
Just a moment. I want to try to present like this. Uh, Can you see and hear me? And can you see the presentation? Because I'm like presenting from my phone and I don't really see the screen right now.
Well, we hear you, but we can't see your presentation yet. Oh, really?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. One moment. Yeah. Thanks. Google is kind of new technology for me. So. Yes, so I think we are ready. Yeah, we're ready to start?
Yeah, I'm ready to start.
Okay, great then. Have your time.
Okay, so hello, dear MSCTC students, professors, university staff, and other guests. So my name is Alexander Nidorezov. I am MSCTC graduate from about 5 years ago, and today I would like to present Polyslot Tech. So I will follow the agenda that is presented on the slide right now. And first of all, we are talking about the company. So what the hell is Polyslot Tech? So Polyslot Tech is a subsidiary of Russian Post, and Russian Post is the biggest Russian logistics company. It does a lot of services as post services, logistics, financial, e-commerce services, and so on and so forth. And currently, Polyslot Tech has around 200 projects and about 1,500 developers who develop basic services for all those different markets. And what's the problem that we are trying to solve? Biggest problem with Russian Post is that when we present solutions to our clients, like 10 to 5 years ago, we presented them as separate services. So when clients wanted to integrate with us, they needed to do it for each service separately. And it was a pain for them. And basically, they didn't integrate with us. They either required us to integrate with them, or just we didn't have any interaction whatsoever because it was very painful for them. So currently, we have a unified solution for integrating with our clients, and we have a set of systems which can help with regular activities which are valid for all of the services, such as management of orders, verification, working with geo information, and so on and so forth. But what we are actually trying to propose for the project is when we talked with our clients, we actually find out that we, as Russian Post, we are only one of the contractors for them. And for example, if they need delivery services, they don't only work with us as the contractor for delivery services. They work with many contractors like Yandex Dostavka, Ozon, and so on and so forth. And they actually want to use a single API, a single integration for a service that they need. They don't want to integrate with us, with other providers, and so on and so forth. So we propose for the project to create a solution which basically will integrate other logistic services and will present our users with a user-friendly way to use only our API and to select to which contractors their orders will be passed further. For example, if you're already a customer of Russian Post and you want to use the same logistic services from other companies, you just add other contractors to your account, specify your integration credentials, for example, a token, and we will forward your data from your services to this particular contractor. We will not have any new contract with you, we just pass the integration data. Or if you just want to use some other logistic services, even if you are not a client of Russian Post, we will just present you with the possibility that you can aggregate all of your contractors in one place. So the scope of the project is to create support for the external services, external contractors. So basically, our single Russian Post API should support multi-contractor communication. It should have a standardized procedure of adding a new contractor and a user-friendly contractor selection interface. And as a proof of concept for this project, we will require to integrate at least 2 contractors for the delivery service as a proof of concept. So you will have a working solution by the end of the project, which we can present to our business clients. And we also have some delighters, such as support of supplementary conditions for the services, such as address validation, phone numbers, and so on and so forth, as well as getting the address data from those providers. The constraint for the project is that it must be cloud-friendly, and I can answer what it is in the QA session. Another constraint is that the can should be in Java, either 11 or 17, basically LTS version, and you should use Spring, because all of the Russian Post backend services have this backend. And you will need to integrate your services with the existing infrastructure of Russian Post, but it should be easy as it's basically all microservices architecture and all API and message broker based. And we have one constraint for your process, that it should be iterative, so we will check on your progress. So as benefits for you as students to select this project, it's experience in project management, because we present you access with our business clients as well as our project managers that work at our company. If you require some mentorship in software engineering, we can provide it. For example, I am MSATC student, as I said, from 5 years ago. We have also other Innopolis University graduates, and previously I also participated in 2 other MSATC projects as customer, so I have experience in getting the teams to the final stages and to presenting them at the end of the year. We can also provide you with infrastructure for your project, such as Kubernetes, message brokers, whatever you need. And of course, we are hiring. So if you will want to continue working on your project, we are welcome to continue doing it. And target audience of Russian Post is like biggest e-commerce target audience in Russia. So your project will have a huge impact if they are succeeded. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you. So as far as our first online presentation today, I don't know what is more convenient way for you, whether you could switch on your microphone on your laptop and ask a question, or we could use our Jabra, I will select who want to ask and you will raise a question. Okay, so then tell me, raise your hands and we will organize this process for 5 minutes. We have the questions? Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, so does this project requires only API work on the backend, or it also requires some client work as
well? It is. You will require to integrate in the existing React service either a micro frontend or a new interface inside the current interface. So you will actually have to elucidate requirements with the customers, but you will also have to work on the front end as well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so if no more questions, then thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have something else? No. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, we have the representatives of Russian Post here. So if something else, you have some additional interest, you want to ask additional questions, we'll have a break in 45 minutes. Yes, and you could have this some kind of communication. And now, time for our next presentation. Nikolai, you're welcome. Yes, yes, sure.
Ты закинул?
Да. Предпоследний. It's better than this. It's really, really slow. Okay, so how could I turn back, or we could still exist? Потом лучше не выбирать.
Which one?
It should be downloaded already.
So this one, and maybe we should also
Just open it up here.
open camera, share.
Ну, кликера нет? Кликера нет? Хорошо. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Intellij Kudasov, and I work here at Intelij University. And I'm here to represent Polyslot Project. So we have a project proposal for you, but this project, the web-based EO editor with Polyslot, is just a suggestion for a project for you to do inside of a much bigger research project that we do here. We do this project in collaboration with Huawei and also Higher School of Economics and also some other universities. So the project consists basically of two sort of parts. One is there's an experimental new programming language, EO. Yeah, I was not supposed to. I didn't know this was clickable. EO is a programming language which is very much experimental and which we use as a sort of internal representation for now in Polyslot. Now, Polyslot is a static analyzer tool that is supposed to take object-oriented programs in various object-oriented languages, transform them into this internal representation, and perform some sort of analysis that is in particular strong for object-oriented stuff, and then produce some results back. So yeah, can I? How do I switch the slides? That's very interesting. I think I should just open it here. This is not mine. Okay. And how do I make it full screen? In whatever this is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now it seems to be working. Okay, it's very weird.
Don't be too fast, please. Give him a chance.
Okay, I should probably use my computer. Okay. Yeah, so just to, I'm going to just tell you a little bit of the Polyslot project itself. So the idea is that we live right now with this state of the art where a lot of modern static analyzers, what they do is they typically focus on low-level stuff, and they do it. They do the analysis by turning programs in various languages and translating them into some sort of intermediate representation, which is typically low-level. And one of the most popular ones these days is the LLVM internal representation. And then they analyze that, give out some report, and translate it back to Java or C++ to give some recommendation to the developer. So the problem is that with this translation to low-level language like that, loses a lot of structure of the code. So you do preserve some sort of pointer arithmetic or whatever you're interested in low-level speaking, but you lose a lot of the structure of the code. So you lose a lot of the intentions that the developer put into the code. So Our idea for the Polyslot is to use instead an intermediate representation that focuses more on the structure of the code, in particular on the hierarchical object structure. And maybe we lose some of these pointer arithmetic or whatever, which is not very important for our case, but we preserve the structure of the code, which is very good for like the analysis of intention of developers and so on and so forth. So right now we have this programming language. We have a compiler for it. We have the analyzer that just does the analysis for this part. We have the compiler to the Java source code, so a transpiler, if you will. Well, we sort of plan to have an interpreter so that we can have a sort of faster feedback cycles with it. And while this project is fairly new, there is not very much tooling around it. So people who are already working on it, they can work fairly well, but it is sometimes hard to introduce new people into this. And so this is where this project sort of comes in. Now, most programming languages, as you might know, have lots of IDEs or whatever, but also most importantly, a lot of them have basically web-based online playgrounds where you can just go to a website, do a tutorial, which will have interactive, something. This is just an example from Prolog, which you probably know that there's such a programming language. But of course, there exist many other online playgrounds. There are even things like Replit, where you can just run whatever. But why did I mention Prolog specifically, or I could have used something else? Is that it's not just the code on the lab that you have, but you can actually have something like a Jupyter notebook where you have text or a tutorial where you can run examples and learn language that way. So this is essentially what we want for our language. And we want sort of our compiler and the analyzer built into that somehow with a server of some sort. Yeah, so this is what we want from you. This is the project that we suggest for you to do. And so we want an easily accessible web-based playground for this EO programming language. And hopefully an integrated Polyslot support so that we can also play with the analyzer itself. So you should be able to run EO programs by compilation or by direct interpretation. We can work on that together. If that would be the chosen direction. And what we really want from it is the ability to provide user-friendly messages. So the compiler provides messages, well, that are not very specific, sometimes not very user-friendly, let's say. So it's going to be sort of a collaborative effort to bring the compiler to become more user-friendly, and the same goes for the analyzer. Yeah, and what we really would like to have is this Jupyter-like capabilities, so notebook-like capabilities, so that we can use this tool to actually build an online tutorial, so that we can easily get new users to get into this language, to understand what's it about, to go through these interactive tutorials without having to install anything on their computer. Just go to the website, do these tutorials, and that's it. So that's the idea. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah.
So just to make sure, we wouldn't need to develop EO or Polyslot.
Yes, they already have. They already exist. They are being actively developed, like improved and whatever. But you can already use them. They're written in Java and/or Scala. So you can, if you have like set up a server, for example, where you can just run the code using those, run the result of run the analyzer, and then get that back to the web interface. So. In theory, you could also try to make this completely like front-end based if you would be willing to like modify some of the code that we have, make it completely, for example, in Scala, and then use Scala 2.js compiler to make it completely in browser so that you wouldn't have a server even. But that's not what we're asking. That's on the technical side a little bit too complicated to make, I think. So yeah.
Clarify.
Yep.
Jupyter-like experience, right? Jupyter starts interpreter. There's a web page, and it sends
Yeah, so in this case, the interpreter will be somewhere on a hosted server, right? So the web-based interface will be available to anybody who goes to the website. And then, yes, when you click run, it sends this request to a server, it processes it, returns the answer, and then it's displayed on a web page. Yes?
So is there already an API, a REST API, which provides you
No.
communication?
And regarding the reports, what do they look like?
So
Is it not related to Spark?
so so both the compiler and the analyzer do not have a well-structured response. So let's say something like a JSON, for example, that you can then figure out how to present it. But this is something that we can, I think, very easily support on our end to facilitate your project to make it easier for you. As for the REST API, for example, I mean, we assume that you'll be able to do that on your own. That should not be very complicated. But again, if you need any help with the server side of things or the front-end side of things, I think it is possible for us to also help you out with it. Yes?
In terms of the front end, do you have any tech stack requirements?
No, no tech stack requirements. We have a sort of a similar thing for not for the EO programming language, but for the theoretical sort of calculus underneath this programming language, and we have a sort of playground for that implemented. Well, we've got two versions. One is implemented in Elm programming language, if you've heard of that, and then the other one is implemented in Haskell. So I mean, you could go that direction if you want, if you're familiar with those things, but it's perfectly fine if you use whatever you are comfortable with.
Well, no more questions? No more questions?
One more question.
Last question. What's usually running these EO programs? Are they like just output as a normal?
No, they are interactive programs so that they can do input and output. So the idea is that, again, you have input-output capabilities in there as well. So the version that we have right now only works for, like I said, the calculus that is underneath. It doesn't have the input-output capabilities, so it does not require the interactive part. But yeah, for EO programs, that would be a requirement. Okay, any more questions?
Well, great then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. So, next presenters, Center of Gas and Oil Technologies. Guys, you're here, right? You're welcome. So, where is yours? This? Where is yours? This one? Oh, yeah. And yes, here we are. You're welcome. Let me just check this out.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So it's fun to be here, like to be at the same time from both sides as a representative of company and being at the same time as a student. We're a group mates, right? Right. So, but here I am as a representative for Oil and Gas Technology Center, and currently we're working on several projects. One of which is Digital Research Laboratory Complex, which basically stands for Automation of Laboratory Researches. And our company this center works in scientific projects, especially in modeling, mathematical modeling, and the research of geological fields and wells. You know wells, right? So we drill the earth to find the place where we can find the oil and gas. And so the whole process, let me just explain the whole process. We drill the earth to find the place where we can find the oil and gas, and then take it out and split it, and then make it kerosene and fuel for cars, right? And but the whole process is not being automated fully in the companies like Tatnefs, right? So our biggest customer companies are Tatnefs and Lukoil. So this project, this the system that manages the laboratory data. So there are 56 laboratories that analyze these cairns, the pieces of cylindrical pieces of earth that are taken from the ground and splitting it into chunks, and then passed to laboratories and then analyzed to give some meaningful information about it, and in future give some predictions where might be or might not be a source of oil and gas. So yeah, and this system, this product is used during the whole process, starting from drilling up to giving the meaningful information about this field. The person who is taking the team, the workers who are working on the ground and taking these cairns, the pieces of earth, are also using this system, but it's all generalized. So opportunities that will provide this center for you currently on this project is that you will be able not to only write code and work on coding, but also to go and meet the customer to discuss the problem, to arrange the sprints, and to manage the team yourself. And this is a picture of 2021 at the Oil Expo, a representative of our center presenting the product to President of Tatarstan. Yeah, so you will be able to go and meet to discuss what. Let me tell you my story. So I have an experience of starting experience of startup, and this is really painful and impossible to come to the point where you discuss with the customer what you will solve and how you will solve it, and you have the team. But here at this stage, like this center provides you this opportunity that you already have everything. You just come and discuss and solve these problems. So like the whole process, you can think of it like the startup is already set up, and you need to manage it. You need to code, test, debug, discuss. Yeah, and this project consists of several sub projects. Cairn storage. A cairn itself stands for this cylindrical piece of earth that is taken under the earth. So the cairn storage is basically the warehouse project where you store these pieces of cairns and pass them to laboratories. Core Photography Laboratory stands for taking the photographies of these pieces of these chunks of the Earth and analyzing them and giving giving the meaningful information about this piece of Earth. Core macro info description is actually the part of kernel storage. Standard research laboratory of kernel is also part of kernel storage, and DBT is some other project that I'm not involved in, but I'm working as a developer for kernel storage projects. And geomechanical laboratory of kernel involves 3D modeling and storing the data, but the main idea is for representation in 3D. So as I already said, the challenges that are facing that you might face in this center is conduct a pre-design examination of the whole project, then come up with idea in one software that will solve these problems, and yeah, the stack is used is Django, Python, React, Angular, and Celery, NumPy, and some visualizations. Like visualization frameworks are not restricted to some particular framework. You are free to suggest that I know this, I might solve this problem with this framework, and it will work at this. Yeah, thank you. If you have any questions, please. Yeah.
There'll be multiple projects that you can choose, or there's a specific project?
There is a specific project that yeah, Digital Research Laboratory Complex.
Well, but like, what would you do? What are we going to do there? Data analysis or?
So this project is in details, like I can send the information.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole information about the project. I can send it in details. Any other questions? Yes.
Sorry, so is this project where we need to modify an existing system, where we need to do some data science, like analytics, etc., or where we need to develop some web-based
Yes, right. So
it's not clear a little bit.
yeah, so there is a project. It already exists, and you can provide another solution for this project, like this, but starting from
On top of that, or just
no,
another system?
separately, but you can have it as a sample. I mean, you can have it as an example for the solution, but you can provide your solution, the same project, but with your tool.
Why to do another, what, to make another system parallel with this one, including this one?
To change that. That one was written in C++,
Okay.
and now they want to to change this implementation from C++ to Python.
Okay, thank you. And an existing system, it has a web version and mobile version, as I understand, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the data science, the analytics part, it's done, or we need to work on this also?
Yeah, also, but it's not done.
Not done.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? So, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, so according to our schedule, now we'll have a break till 11 a.m. And then we'll continue with offline presentations. And so please be here at 11 a.m. exactly. Okay?
Thanks.
А можно непосредственно писать вот, с контактом, который был на слайдах, или через вас вопросы?
Just секунду.
Should I start again? That's a clear answer. So I should understand that it's yes, isn't it? So hello to those who are watching on Zoom. We are Schwarzer Tech, Mary St. George, a company based in London with an office in Indianapolis, and we are building an interesting feature which is deemed as, which made us to be shortlisted on the Cybertech 100 company in 2021 as one of the world's most innovative cybertech companies. So in a nutshell, what problems are we solving? As probably you know, economic crime and financial crime become overly complex. It represents somewhere between 3 and 4% of the global GDP. Numbers are increasing, and it presents a threat to both companies and individuals and makes the worlds of business more complicated and more dangerous. Now, obviously, the key players in the market that try to stop this phenomenon of financial crime are financial institutions and banks. And both, they are facing an increasing pressure from regulators who basically give them a lot of penalties that are increasing every year, and from criminals that try to use the banking system to channel their funds. Now, what is our solution? What is our solution? Our solution is to democratize the fight against financial crime. So we try to provide to everybody, so to both individuals, small companies, big companies, banks, or even authorities, the possibility to use platform and to have bespoke tools to fight financial crime. But in practice, how it works, what do we exactly bring to the table? So you're probably all familiar with the concept of KYC, know your customer. It's widely used in banks and other institutions in order to assess who you are, your identity, your proof of address, source of funds. The problem with KYC, it's a very nice concept, but it does not work because crime is not linked to one person or one individual, but it's networks of companies and individuals. So in order to do this, we come with a new concept called Know Your Network. And this is basically what we propose in our platform, Mentorship. Now, looking forward, my colleague is going to explain you what do we propose for this project.
All right, hello everyone. So my name is George. I'm CTO at Schwarzer Tech. So I will quickly explain what does our MediaScan product does. It's basically a product available on our platform, and that allows you to get information from financial news. So basically, it allows you to find news related to your client and see if he's related to any potential risks that might be mentioned in the news. So for the industrial project, we prepared the following goals. So you will need to work on the MediaScan product and enhance it in a way to add more sources. So at the moment we use an API, it's a news API, to get financial news, but these APIs are limited and they do not provide access to specific financial news. So that you'll need to build a parsing system. So basically we already have, so you need to add more sources. So you need to write crawlers to get the data from there. You need to build an API which will provide access to the database, and plus also probably combined with the news API. So you will also need to improve the the current functionalities of the MediaScan, what it proposes in terms of text mining. Basically, you will not work on the implementation of algorithm itself. So most probably you will work with an API is already working solution or model or algorithm. But yeah, you will need to add this processing to the news that are being extracted. Plus, you will also work on the MediaScan itself. So I mean, on the front-end part of the MediaScan. So about the sources that we are looking for, this is like one of them. So
basically it's called adverse media, and it it is like any kind of source that might have some information related to a company or an individual, like which might highlight any of his illegal activities in the past. So this current view of the media scan only covers backend part, but as you can see, yeah, so we have backend which is implemented in Ruby on Rails. There is an API which we use to get the data. There is an API, a set of APIs we use for natural language processing. Yeah. So yeah, that's the current architecture. So what we want to improve, so we would like to replace the usage of only news API with our own database of news. This way we also like to a little bit reshape content extractor microservice that we have right now. And additionally, yeah, we would like to do processing of the news as soon as they get available, not in real time. So like pre-process it and analyze deeper. So this is technology stack and whom we are looking for. So the crawler framework, it is already implemented and it's implemented in Python. On backend, we have Ruby on Rails, the front end written in React, and for storage of data, for the news specifically, we use MongoDB and Postgres. And we are looking for one or two data scientists. That means people who are acquainted with Python, who more or less know how to do information retrieval. For backend, yeah, we are looking someone who have experience with Ruby. And on front end, we are looking anybody with previously experience in React. So there are some screenshots of the product, how it looks like. You will get access to the presentation. You will basically be able to check it after. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions? You know where to reach us. Nice.
So, small question: what EFT that stands for?
EFT?
Yeah, on the two-slide board.
So it's been one full-time employee.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
EFT, full-time employee, or like a person that is full-time dedicated.
Okay.
Just about Python stack, data science, usually using NumPy or other things.
No, NumPy. We are actually using more. So the technology stack is actually not restricted in terms of what you can use for the processing of the news, and that will basically depend on you. But currently, we heavily rely on Spark for like handling the data, like do the transformation, cleaning, and so on. But yeah, for Python, basically, requirement is just to know Python, and that's basically how all these frameworks how to work with stable data. Yeah, I believe that would be enough. And maybe some basic knowledge of NLP algorithms, just like how they work. Like, so you will be able to interact with an API and understand what it does.
So at the end of the project, what do you expect to have working? Like, what's your goal for this part?
Yeah, ideally it should be like a working product. So the complexity here mainly comes from the amount of sources. So we actually do not need. So first thing, the product itself is already live, right? So it's like enhancement to the product that we already have, and can be adapted in dependently on the progress speed. So we can like better shape our requirements. But yeah, basically what we expect is to get the the more data sources, and this data source should be processed.
So just one thing here, the result of the news that you see here is basically 1 or 2 days old. So we are working with fresh data. Now, a lot of the newspaper in the deep web, we find like news from the 90s, the 2000s, is not available. The aim of this project is to go back with all the news in 2 decades ago, 3 decades ago, process it, and be available in this feature, which is the news, and then in the search, which basically goes through entire news from the beginning of the internet till today, and classified the news on different topics. Here you see AML, financial crime. So that's the final goal of the project.
So last question. Sorry. So do you have your own model, like your own services that actually like retrieve the data from different kinds of sources, or like special contractor responsible for it?
Right. So as told, we use an API. So basically, we get access to the news with API. So like all the requests, the search requests, they go to an API and we retrieve data from our news provider.
Okay, so you use like different APIs to retrieve the data, but you don't like store anything.
Yeah. So that's the goal, to change.
The aim of the project is to store from
Okay.
to run our internal node.
You have to have a lot of storage for this.
Yeah, we have a partnership with AWS, which is also.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Again, reminder, if you have additional questions, please ask in the chat or send them to me. I will read those, ask directly from person to person.
Okay, hello to everyone. My name is Alexander Simonenko. Currently, I'm CTO of Technocrat company, and a few years ago, I was on your place, so I'm alumni from CTCA. Let me introduce our industrial project. It's Technocrat. It's our HR system. So a few words about our company. Like, we are a digital transformation. We are a company that provides an experience and the knowledge and development of digital transformation for the large businesses. We develop services. We provide some consulting and so on. The list of some our clients listed. And this is kind of what we're gonna talk about. And let's go. What is Technocrat itself? So it's our internal HR system, which allow us to somehow work with our organization flow, provide some like experience and helpful stuff to our employees. Like we can get the personal data, some wish lists for birthday presents, some car data, and so on. And also it includes some part of HR processes. It's like onboarding process. It's somehow the 360-degree review and the general soft skills review. But now we want to implement, and this is the problem itself, we want to implement the like technical review. Technical review, in our case, it's kind of sophisticated process which includes a lot of people in it. It's like practice management, it's some departments leads, HRs, and so on. And we conduct this process twice a year, and it takes like about the months on the company 150 people now. And in case of scaling, we will have like significant problems with it, and we want to automate this for provide better experience for our like assessors and the employees itself. What we can introduce to you, so some technical stuff for the technologies. It's backend, Java or Python. For us, it doesn't matter. We build on the microservices for now. For the front end, we prefer Angular with TypeScript and so on, like stylus, CSS, HTML, and so on and so far. Design, you also should work a bit with the designing. It's Figma or Photoshop. We already have some kind of UI kit for this project, and you may use it to create your own module as you want. And for developing, it's mainly Docker and Kubernetes. As for environment, it's GitLab, our corporate Jira and Influence, also code qualities on Cube, and TestRail for test cases, and so on. We don't ask about after test, so just manual part. As for processes, expected part is team size about 4 to 5 people, process any kind agile based with some kind of flexibility, because I don't like everyone screams like Scrum, but no one in Russia not know how to run Scrum itself. So any kind you want, it might be Kanban or any from list of around 50, as I remember. You should co-work with company members, so you will definitely have some interviews with my colleagues, some things time to time, and definitely regular meetings with me as a curator of this project. Expected process, slide 2. So somehow timeline, what we want. So at the beginning of the project, we will have some kind of onboarding-based interviews with you and with some people from the company with which you will communicate. Then somewhere in the middle of February, we will start the development. It depends on the project you will select. And at least at May, we want to have some kind of first delivery from you. Then somewhere in the middle of July, you should end up with the development process, and till the end of the project itself, it's your defense part, I guess it's the beginning of the August, you should end up with some test scenarios and documents. So from the previous slide, expected delivery documents, it's some description of the scenarios you've done, some technical analytics stuff. You should put all this to our Confluence, and some description of test scenarios you already done. It's also could be added to our test trail. And really useful stuff itself, it's designed in Figma, and the source code for the backend part and front-end part located in our GitLab. So what's for you in general? It's interesting project with actual stack of technologies, regular technical review and assistance from our company staff, experience in creator from perspective of the management, access to our office in the middle of Kazan for live communication with our employees, like consultancy help and any other kind as you want, and deep dive and HR processes in technical review. It also could help you to get your job in the future, because you will develop the assessment system and you will know the other side of the part. And I guess that's it. I'm ready to answer for your questions. Thank you.
Is there a system that you're currently using in your company, or will you build one from scratch?
No, we already use it, but it's built based on the microservice. So mostly
So
you
will not edit it, create one from scratch?
yeah, you will create different module mostly from scratch. Like from integration perspective, it's auth part, which already done with SSO with Google, and some usage of the database which already exists, and any other part, it's up to you. So based on skill technical part, it's Java or Python. Why these two? Because we also can support this and review you, because these two stacks we are using inside our company as for backend.
Could you clarify what do you expect in terms of deliverables at the end of the project? What should be working?
At the end of the project, at minimum, I expect that we'll have backend part which allow us to conduct the assessment process. In our company assessment process, it's few-step process. I won't describe it here, but it contains like technical assessment, which have like a long list of different stack technologies. So if we have like Java, we have from Spring Boot, base Java, Java concurrency, and so on, so on. It's also have like different kind of weights, depends on the like needs of this technology. And in the end, so you should create the file called IPR. It's an individual like person list for the improvement. And for the creating of this, you should like automate all this part and create some kind of admin part which allows you to change the technologies inside, weights inside, and so on. And also some other parts. I will probably describe it better for the team if some. So I guess that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
So the next company is Visual. Need some help?
Yeah. We can look at here.
And you connected to Zoom. The simplest way is to send the presentation to Google Meet. If it is okay, you could just charge me there and it will be the fastest way. Alt start. We need to connect Jabra, В принципе, да, но можно, если Google Meet уже зашли, можно начать эту презентацию и все.
Нет, я просто хочу сказать.
В Google Meet зашли? Нет. Так, вы же в группе есть у нас присоединились. Yeah.
Nothing good is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Vladimir. I'm from Edge Vision. What we do, so our company is focused on optimization of traffic flow using computer vision. We deploy our solutions on single board computers right next to the traffic camera, and we never send any data to the cloud. We do all the computations on these devices. So here you can see the example of our product. It is a crossroad optimization system. It evaluates the situation on the crossroad and optimizes traffic lights in real time. So we faced one problem that we think you can help us solve. So to measure the effect of the optimization and present it to the customer, we need to do a lot of stuff manually, like pull the data from the devices that are spread all over the Russia, then do a lot of data engineering and hopefully get some beautiful plots out of it. So these plots that you see, they took us 2 days to deliver. And the code that does that is a mess, and we cannot maintain that. So this task can be easily automated. And right now, our team is too small and too focused on day-to-day tasks to do it ourselves. And customers are interested in such data on daily basis, almost. So we expect something like that, some system that will pull the data from the devices on demand, convert the data to analyzable format, present it on the dashboard so we can configure the representation, and generate report for the customer. Easy on the surface, but has some underlying problems. So for technology constraints, we expect the backend to be written in Python because that's our main language and we don't want to learn a new one. And everything else you can do with anything you like as long as you can justify your choice. So as benefits for you, our team has 2 MSIT SE graduates, one of which is our CEO, Vyacheslav Lukin, and the second one is me. I'm a software engineer and architect. I graduated last year, actually this year, but yeah. This is a great opportunity for you to see how theoretical knowledge that you get on MSD and other courses work in real life. And spoilers, they work really well. Also, this is a greenfield project. Everything will be under your control. This is basically a dream. I wish I had that in my industrial project. We will not dictate you which process to use. You will have the MSD, you can decide for yourself, just justify it. Also, we can offer some mentoring on high-level architecture and basically how to build a high-quality product, if you need it, of course. And finally, you will bring real value to the business and will have direct access to your end users, i.e. our team. And I think that's it. Thank you, and I'm ready for your questions. Yes.
So yeah, you mentioned that there is a backend in the Python and everything else. What exactly do you mean by everything else?
Mostly front-end, but maybe you will need something additional, something for infrastructure.
So
I'm not sure.
Stack basically is everything else that we can justify here.
Yeah.
Yes. So I have 2 questions. What about like the system as is right now? So like what do you mean by saying, okay, it took like us 2 days to deliver that? So like what did you actually do to achieve this result?
We manually pull a lot of data from a lot of devices, okay. And wrote the Jupyter notebook.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
and
this is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the second question?
Yeah, like I forgot, I will probably ask like in a bit.
Yes.
Is it justifiable to integrate this product with, for example, already built data visualization tools, like, for example, Google Data Studio? Or it should be something closed source, not integrated with other projects?
Yeah, I think if it works, it works. So if you can integrate this product with our systems, I think some additional work needs to be done, but yeah, why not?
Yeah. Sorry for inconvenience. So is there any particular type of the graphs that you are planning to deliver to your customer? So like, let's say one of the graphs is possible for this, or like the customer will be able to request like the custom graphs, like how, or like the data that you will show them, for example, this is how heavy
a crossroad near call center was like for 2 days, and like you give them that. So like you basically predefine what kind of graphs you can give to the end users.
Yeah. So right now we see two types of plots. So the first one is just statistics on what we measured, just plain statistics. And the second one is comparison before and after the optimization of the crossroad. So what is the effect? So we need to compare the same time intervals from like a week ago and this week or something like that. Yeah. Right now it's that simple.
Okay, just like because for me, especially like for the client side, it seems like not more than 1 week of work. Like for me.
Yeah, the main challenge here is to build this system robust and interoperable with different products that we have. So it seems easy right now on the paper, but as soon as you get to the architecture of this thing, it gets really heavy.
Okay.
So you need a lot of adapters to pull different data from different sources, and you need a dashboard that can adapt to this data.
But this is like more the API side.
What?
The API side like is more heavy load rather than the client, because like the client side looks like simple.
I think so. Yeah. Yes.
What kind of databases or data storage units are you using?
We use SQLite, just simple file on the device. Sometimes we use Postgres, and there's also direct access to the data via API.
But, for example, this dashboard will query across multiple like cameras, for example, or it will slide for one street. Does it aggregate, or is it just for viewing one street?
No, the data is distributed over all devices.
So there's no one centralized street?
No. Any more questions?
Yeah. So about the devices, are the devices from the one vendor or it's just huge zoo of different devices?
We use upwards, and we use upwards just small single-board computers, and we also use Intel NUCs. Usually, it's two types of devices.
So they are online. Like you have online access to all the devices. You can fetch the data from them, but there are no like shared API.
No, each device it's the separate unit.
And is there any place where we actually can see your improvement of the traffic light somewhere like in the Intellij or like in
In Krasnodar. And I think in Moscow, yeah, we started to work in Moscow a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. So can you share the results?
Yeah, they are here. It's from Krasnodar. So I think, yeah, the orange one is traffic flow during the day on one crossroad, and the before optimization, and the blue one is after optimization. Usually we get around 20% of increase in throughput during rush hours and 5 to 10 during the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's great, because it's very annoying like to stand on the traffic light where there is no pedestrians, but you stand in just because.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to solve.
Well, more questions? So, guys, so fruitful discussion. Do you have any questions? If no one else has them, just let's say thank you to our speaker.
Thank you.
And next is Sperska Lab. I'm sure. Oh, yeah, great. Anything else? Yeah. I also want to present from your PC, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so have you joined to our room in Google Meet?
Google Meet. Okay, what's the address?
Okay, you're not in Telegram group. It will be much faster. Okay, the link is here. If you're in the group, just go to the link. If not, well, it's not very big, but anyway. It was here. No. Okay. Meet.google.com. Okay, when it's 1 moment. Ask for joining.
Yes, so just a moment. Unfortunately, two-factor authentication doesn't work here for me.
Well, another approach could be if you have a presentation, you could upload it into the Google Drive.
Okay, let's do it.
But the link is much harder, so it's really easier to go to. Like, don't you have Telegram?
Not on this laptop.
Okay, maybe flashcard? No.
Yeah, flashcard.
Here.
Why? Don't understand what's going on here, and why doesn't see my flash disk.
For some reason, I cannot send an SMS on my phone. But why? I don't understand why. Have you any other flash drive?
Me personally not, I don't know. Guys, do you have any flash card?
I do not know.
Emergency situation.
Why it doesn't work?
One, I will have some.
It's a corporate laptop, and I think that for some secure reasons, using flash drives is forbidden, and sending various SMSs.
And you don't have Telegram here, right?
Yes, for the same reason.
Maybe you could send it via mail, the presentation. We cannot either connect to Google Meet, cannot send the presentation to another account. But
It's not suspected.
We have the link.
I'll try to send to my personal email. And да, корпоративный компьютер, флешки нельзя подключить. Google подключиться не могу.
So how could we share our presentations?
I'll send them to me somehow, maybe. Or
Okay, yes. That would be the best idea. Like,
if you could send, what's the best way to send to Google?
oh, okay, I want to try. Let me. So
I can try to send it to myself.
I have one book, and I believe that would be not the best way. I believe I do not have the adoption of my data type C, HDMI, and that. Oh. No.
Yeah.
Yes, finally.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, here.
Do we have some students that are online that are not in this room?
Yes, but they will see everything.
Yeah.
I mean, they will see you, they will see the presentation.
So I better stand somewhere like here
They
and...
see everything. Like,
Oh,
all this.
okay, good.
Okay, ready to continue? Sorry for the technical problem.
Yeah, guys. Hi. Hi. Okay. Hi. So again, sorry for this technical delay that we have. My name is Anna, and the project I'm going to present you, it's about defuzzing. So I believe that if I would ask you what is the fuzzing, is there anyone in this room who knows nothing about fuzzing?
Who knows nothing?
Nothing about fuzzing. Never heard that word. Yeah? Okay, good. I have some field to start with. So the first thing about fuzzing that you would think about fuzzing. It's like I think that helps us to find bug, because we know that it's a bad thing when it's production is the source of our bug. It's a good when our tests are the source of our bug, yes? But how to make testing better? One of the things that we try to improve our testing and the quality of our code is fuzzing. What is fuzzing? Fuzzing, it's like when we have interface of some library or some service or something that is executing, and we try to put into it some unvalid or border values, a lot of different values. Like I believe that every one of you, some maybe simple example, knows REST services, yes? REST, what's HTTP REST, yes? So like you have some backend somewhere, yes? And all that you know about that backend, some specification, what it is executing. If I send host to it, yes, I get that. Get to that endpoint that. but based on that specification, we could try to fuzz. Like, and you say that sending that this endpoint shouldn't work. And but what if I would ask? This endpoint should work, but if I send a value, valid value, and then almost valid value, and then like not string even, but a SQL injection, yes? And you expect here numbers from 1 to 10, but what if I send there 100? How you service would it be responsive? Would it respond in a valid way, or maybe it would fail? The same way, this approach is called fuzzing. When you doesn't write a lot of tests, but you try to generate a lot of tests based on some specification. Because I believe that there is no one in this audience who is really like to write tests. Maybe you have people here.
He left.
We are hiring, yes, that's my. But usually, software people, they like to write code. They do not like write tests, but they like to automate everything that could be automated. Yes. So fuzzing is a kind of automation. Yeah. And fuzzing is really a trend. So this only a number of repositories that are not covered with fuzzing, but that are oriented about projects that help to fuzz. Okay, yeah, a longer chain, but a lot of tooling to make fuzzing possible. And it's not only, I believe it's not really readable, but could you see that letter? Yeah. Okay, good, fine. So fuzzing is really a trend. If we say about this is from the C++ conference, and Google is really caring about fuzzing. If you see this lecture from Kostis Serebeny, it's a really interesting lecture that was, I believe, 5 years ago already. He said that they about Google, they so cared about fuzzing that they made fuzzathons, not hackathons, yes, but fuzzathons. Another way to popularize fuzzing was about making some special advertisements in toilet rooms. They said that that was the most popular. If people in toilets are reading something about fuzzing, it keeps in their mind and they try to fuzz. I don't know how it works, but yes, it worked based on his words. And Google is really fond of fuzzing, and the group of Kostis Serebeny, they say a lot about how to fuzz different languages, especially C++, how to automate. And he says that they try to fuzz some open source projects, and they found a lot of bugs from that project. And that's not only a bug, but it's not only that your software would fail. There could be things much better, worse than fail. What could be worse than fail? What could be worse for a fail?
Data drop.
Data drop.
The lack of the failures. So like we don't have any failures at all. So it means like.
Yeah, it could be also. But maybe the worst thing is about some security attack. There is some bug in your code, some defect, and someone is using it, and finally it comes that someone stolen the data of users or something. It's not really a good thing. So the other thing we come to another part. It's standards. A lot of standards about security, not like even security, like safety, like ISO 26262. It's ISO about the security of automotive. A lot of that standard. You shake your head, and I suppose that you know that standard. Okay, maybe it wasn't. So a lot of standards are focused about techniques that should drive the quality of the code. Fuzzing is one of the techniques to drive the quality of the code. Also, have you heard something like secure coding? Secure coding, no? Secure by design? Yeah, secure by design. But secure coding and secure by design, it's like shifts of paradigms, how to make the code originally good, how not just write the code in some time-driven way, but also to make it bug-free. And secure coding is if you would Google it, yes, it's one of the best paid things, how to be security champion, to provide secure coding, to make secure by design products. And here we come about fuzzing again. So if we talk about our project, what I'm oriented about fuzzing, it's about fuzzing operating system. It's a really cool task because operating system is also software. Well, I know that a lot of things, when they hear about operating systems, they feel, oh, it's system programming. I don't feel really, no, I don't know. But operating system is also software, yes? And you as a specialist should handle it this way, okay? And my project is about fuzzing operating system. There are some general things about fuzzing, like libfuzzer library or American fuzzing, and I don't remember what it stands for. And a lot of agents that could be used against operating system as well, because operating system is, again, just a kind of software. But there are also some really specific things about fuzzing operating systems that we could use. We could improve them. We could make different approaches. And there are a lot of different operating systems that are already fuzzed. I will talk about fuzzing Linux that gave popularity to a few guys. One of them was student in MIT, and he became popular in Linux community just because he fuzzed Linux, and he fuzzed it really successfully. And now you could Google him. He's an independent researcher because he became too famous to be hired. I would say that way. And we also not only think about fuzzing, and we became aware of different operating systems, we also try different tooling, because in order to get fuzzed really well, it should be empowered in CI/CD. Without CI/CD, it's not fuzzing. It's like something, some crack. I don't know. So we also would make some, not maybe research, but we would try and test Dockers and Ansibles to automate deployment. We would try different tool chains. Also, fuzzer is a part of GCC and LVM. There are some bindings with that. And we also would try some synthesizers. Do you know what is synthesizing? Yeah? Okay. You know that? Okay, good. Cool. So, and after that, I would say why I'm really interested about that. So my name is Anna, as I said, and now I work for Kaspersky Lab. And it will be a Kaspersky operating system that we go into fuzz. And our operating system, it's not really some clone of Linux. It's a new operating system. I know that sounds ridiculous because you have so many operating systems, and why we need one more, because it's not written by us, yes, but it's a really good microkernel system that based on different, slightly different principles that other microkernels. And I worked in system programming for a long time. Then I moved to software architecture because even when you're really low level, it's not so interesting when you have a lot of objects. The complexity depends on the number of objects that you operate with. And if you're making low-level programming, you just have maybe 10 objects. And when you're operating with distributed systems, some microservice system, yes, you have hundreds of objects that all are interacting, and that's craziness. But security is even the more interesting than software architecture, as I found out now. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm really interested to make that project with you, yes. And I will be visiting professor in Innopolis, and I will be here in person next semester. So getting that project would help. Also, I was project manager for some time. So for me, it's really understandable how to commit and make something time-driven. That is also a good guarantee that you would finish on time with your project. So three reasons why to join this project of Fuzzing operating system. The first is about strengthening your skills. Yes, I do not expect that you know what is fuzzing. I do not expect you to know what is operating system, but I do expect that you would make some brain efforts to understand. Also, I think that it's something that is really well paid on the market, these skills. So I think it would be good for you to make that. Also, I think that it's really fun because you know what you're fighting with. You're trying to prove and that someone very professional, very motivated, and very well paid did his job not the best way. Yes, that is what fuzzing. You are finding some weakness of the other system, but also you are helping. And that moment of helping, that where your self-esteem could be improved, yes, because you are not just saying, "Oh, I done some research that could show you." No, you say, "Guys, you were wrong. I understand why." Let's understand why, and that could be a good point to start the conversation. And as I said, I think that this project could be completed in time because it's doable. That was done for other operating system. I see no reasons why it couldn't be done for our microkernel. Besides, so I believe you know the difference between monolith and microkernel. Microkernel is small. So if it's small, it have small interface. The small interfaces, the small is a surface of attack, and the easier it's to pass. So I believe that is good part. So I would be glad if you join this project. Yeah. I have some blog about software architecture, and you could find my name here easily. And I would be glad if once we have some communication, or maybe we would do some job together in Kaspersky or about software architecture course. Okay, thank you, guys. Yeah.
So like, I wanted to clarify, what prior knowledge do you expect us to have?
Yeah, there are some. I expect that you could program in some language, that you could read in C code, at least read. I do not expect to make our interview, for example, in Kaspersky. It's focused about a lot of details about C and the. No, I expect you to read that. And I expect you to have fresh brain. I believe that is the most important thing.
So developing language is not limited, actually.
No, I expect that maybe it could be Python, maybe it could be Go. I don't know in which language. So you could use them. I believe for the different, a lot of different tools Python exist, and you could find that tool that suits your needs. Just like team would choose that, I don't know, they like Java. Okay, never mind, Java. You could write that in Java. Yeah, you have that question. Okay. It's impossible, yeah.
It's after break, yeah, maybe.
Maybe after break you would have, yeah.
Okay, one last question, please.
So, do you expect like 100% test coverage on all of the edge cases that are possible? So basically, what like we're trying to achieve, we're trying to like test all of the edge cases.
You know, there are different approaches for fuzzing. There are approaches that suppose that are coverage-driven testing, fuzzing, like you try to fuzz, see the coverage. Okay, that branch is completely covered. Let's go to another branch. That approach consider coverage. Other approaches do not. So we need something to start with at least. Find at least one bug that would be really good aim also.
So is the kernel like open source or is like private code?
So for now we have a kind of community edition that could be downloaded, tried, and so on. I believe that this code of operating system is published on some associations, and if you would join the association, you could download code. But yes, we want to open source it once when it would be better fast, for example. And Vasil would talk about formal verifications, formal methods, when it will be covered with formal. So we are really sure that once we would open source. For now, it's under NDA or under this associations.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
More questions? Look at them.
Let's try again. I've seen that he has the
Presentation is already on.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Good. Hi, everyone. My name is Vasil Dyadov. I and colleagues, I'm from Kaspersky Laboratories and from Kaspersky Operation System team. And next topic will be about almost the same problem as N just described, but with another point of view. My aim to bring solid basis to Kaspersky operation system in means by applying some formal methods to build reliable, secure, and safe operation system for highly distributed, highly interconnected, and networking future. As everybody can see, there is a lot of movement to network, to distributed systems, Internet of Things, blockchains, distributed finance, smart contracts, various routers, network traffic filters, analyzers, and so on. And in Kaspersky OS, we believe that we can bring more security and more safety to this coming future world. So let's talk about security and reliability and its meaning for modern software and hardware. Industry has a huge need for reliable, safe, and secure systems. A lot of dangerous and fatal incidents have occurred because of software and hardware bugs. And the price of most of them, not only money, but human lives. For instance, there were some problems with Toyota brake and gas system, which lead to almost 6,000 people were injured and as far as I remember, about several dozens of them died. Then Terrac 25, this medical system killed several people because of radiation overdose in cancer therapy. Many very expensive bugs were in aerospace domain. For instance, Ariane 5, Japan Venus orbiter failure, NASA Mars climate orbiter failure, and so on. This is because of high complexity of modern software and hardware. And we cannot rely more on testing, even in the case of full test coverage. And advanced test methods like property-based tests and so on. Because of because in parallel and distributed systems, the state space of parallel program is so enormous that it cannot be covered even in theory by tests, fuzzing, and something like that. And what we can do? There are a lot of methods, tools, approaches to deal with such problems. For instance, tests, formal specifications, model checking, deductive verification, correct by construct, program development, etc. Many languages, there are many tools for different languages to assist us for building high reliable software, such as GNAT-proof, pharmacy, deductive verification tools like Coq, Isabelle Hall, and so on. Sanitizers here. But many of these tools are highly specialized, require high-skilled labor, and it is very hard to apply one tool outside its initial scope. So Kaspersky operation system is complex software. It's aimed at secure, safe, and reliable applications. Cyber immune, which means that Kaspersky operation system should have a small trusted computing base, which lead to design as for Kaspersky OS to be designed as a microkernel. It's despite being microkernel based operation system, it's rather complex. So it needs its own methods and tools to formally verify some protocols, some pieces of code to achieve high level of safety and security for modern needs of modern world. And there is a problem with formal methods. Divergence of specifications and implementations. What look like typical development process in with formal specification approach. In initial phase, we draw specification upon requirements, and after we have a specification, we start to implement it in some programming in some programming language as just source code, like for instance in C, Java, or something like that. But during evolution of our project, on each cycle of requirement specification refinement and updating implementation, a big problem is occurred, and this problem is how to keep all these things in sync, because updating implementation require updating specification and vice versa. So during project evolution, commonly we can see a situation when specification and implementation started to mean various things. So how to achieve good synchronization between them? It's simple. So solution is simple. Specification and implementation should be the same. It's a very obvious solution, but to some extent, it's hard to achieve this in general case. But in some specific cases, for instance, for inter-process communication, this is achievable goal. So specification is code. For instance, some code implementing IPC communication protocol may be considered as specification with some with help of some tools. So of course there will be some restrictions put on the code, but we have single source source code, and specification will be the same, and we can model check it, verify with help of symbolic execution, and compile them into production code. Some sort of environment abstraction should be made here. And some restrictions, as I mentioned, should be placed on the source code, but this goal is achievable, and in some cases with not so big efforts. So the project proof of concept toolchain to verify, model check parallel code, for instance, in C language, but I think that this toolchain may be even language agnostic and parameterized by formal operational semantics of the target languages. And with this parameterizable toolchain, we can even check correspondence between original code and its compiled version. For instance, if we parameterize our toolchain with C language operational semantics, and then check some properties, then after compiling this C code into the assembly code, for instance, we can parameterize our toolchain by this assemble language semantics, and check our properties for this particular for you. There are several points. One of benefits is some knowledge of model formal methods, matching logic, and something like that, which get more and more attention in some areas such as distributed systems, such as blockchains, smart contracts, and so on. And this is very rapidly developing area. Acquaintance with methods of development of safe and secure software. Deep knowledge of programming languages in general. So understanding some things from formal operational semantics of programming language gives better understanding of this programming language. Knowledge of formal specification, how to specify things, how to formulate its properties, how to prove them, and so on. Some skills in model checking, skills in symbolic execution, skills in program verification in general, and deep understanding of software design. So even if you won't go into formal methods, this project will help you to develop some mindset which may be very useful with analyzing and solving various problems and in many domains. Like, for instance, analyzing of business processes. As many for instance, there is some movement to formalize and express business processes in business process modeling notation, BPMN. So most of these skills are applicable in the analyzing business processes too. Because formal methods is about not about programming, not about hardware design, but about thinking in models. This project could help you if you want to be a good software architect, want to be a good software system software engineer, want to be a formal verification engineer. Nowadays, formal verification engineers are very high-paid labor. Want to develop a mindset for solving various problems in safety and security, and not also safety and security in many various other domains. So stating rigorous definitions, analyzing requirements for contradictions. For instance, many software developers without model checking and modeling mindset cannot analyze requirements for their software for contradictions. And if we start to develop some software with hidden contradictions in our requirements, then we get a lot of bugs lately. And it's a very time-consuming process to clean these bugs after almost whole project are implemented, and you find some architecture flaws and something like that. So modeling and formal methods can help us to eliminate huge classes of bugs on very early stages of project. Or you just want to be a better software developer with some tweaking of mindset in thinking in models, in invariants, and so on, greatly helps to develop modular, orthogonal, and good software architecture. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions?
Unfortunately, we completely ran out of time. So if you have any questions, guys, please we'll ask them right after it. Okay. I hope you'll stay here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Be able to answer, because we need to give you some time to have I don't know, to have a lunch, and then we will continue. Yeah. So few notifications. First of all, we have done with offline part. Thanks for our participants who came here to give their presentations. It was a lot of effort. And second part will be done with online presentations. And my question to you, we could continue in the same format, like all of us will be here. We continue with the same format.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Majority was for the same format.
It's not the majority. It's
They probably should. Anyway, the room will be open. It will be better if we decided to continue like this, for everyone, for the most of you. Because if we will split in 50-50, it will make the process much harder. Yeah. I mean, these QA sessions, etc.
We have very great Rita app that helps to manage the QA sessions. Rita.
Okay, we'll meet at 1 p.m. here to continue. We'll have Sber, Huawei, MTS, and some other companies. So I hope you will enjoy it. See you. And yeah, for QA sessions with Kaspersky guys.
Реально интересно, давайте заниматься. Я из всех вообще не шарю.
Oh, okay, one. I guess. Oh, yeah. Mobile. But probably my starting was like really. I don't know. Yeah, guys, I guess yes, but
Я не знаю, поеду ли.
Я буду вести точно около. А у вас этим сюжетом вы
До 2:30 будет.
Сколько?
До 2:30 будем, до 40, примерно так.
Типа 1,5 часа еще.
I don't know, thank you for complete how much of yeah. Yeah, I also think something like problems, but
Okay. Where is everyone? We are here. Yeah. And where is the rest? Please take your seats. 1 p.m. Yeah. Time to start. Where? Well, the sooner we start, the sooner we finish, and our.
Let's get started. Let's not wait for the people who.
I don't think it's a good option.
But they didn't finish to come on time. We start.
Okay, so.
Right?
So, our industrial colleagues, are we ready? Are we ready to start? First presenter, you're here. Are you here?
Yes, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could see you, we could hear you. And I hope you see the button share presentation. It should work for burning.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Timur. I'm technical leader at Sber and a graduate of MSIT. And I'm here to present you an industrial project of Sber team called Product Catalog. As far as you know, nowadays there are plenty of marketplaces where sellers can upload products and their specifications to the showcase so that customers could choose and buy them. We want to go further in this area and create a platform where different businesses could sell not only their products, but also products of each other. So let me first tell you a few words about the Sber ecosystem. As you know, for the last years, Sber has become not only a bank, but also a company that covers almost every area of people's lives. You know that we have taxi, pharmacy, food delivery, telecom services, entertainment, navigation, and much more application and services that millions of people are using every day. And imagine that we want to offer our customers of 2 GIS, for example, a promo code for the OCO subscription every time they are searching the nearest cinema. In order to make that happen, we should implement an integration between both services. If we then would like to collect the statistics on the conversion, for example, or number of sales or other data that is generated by this integration, we should also implement such service on both sides. So the 2 GIS will collect these data and the OCO will request it in order to track the effectiveness of such marketing campaign. And now imagine that we want every service of our ecosystem to be connected in the similar way between each other. The number of such integrations will grow dramatically, which will cause very poor time to market and will cost a lot of development resources. So in order to reduce these costs, we want to implement the product catalog. It's a service that provides every company an opportunity to upload their products, choose the company that it wants to be integrated with, agree on the terms of their partnership and start selling its products through this company. Moreover, product catalog will provide the data for the statistics service where every company could watch their campaigns and track their effectiveness. The technology stack we propose is Java 14 plus Spring Boot, Docker, Kafka, and Nginx for the backend, and React for the front end. But of course, everything can be discussed. What would you learn from that industrial project? You will try yourself in a large company and see from the inside how the processes are built. You will learn how to develop a highly loaded system that will be then scaled to millions of users. You will be mentored by the strong experts with remarkable technical background. The next is we provide you an opportunity to join us afterwards without an interview. And the last but not the least, it will be possible to receive an internship salary during the project. So, as I've said before, my name is Timur Shakirov. You can ask me questions right now or afterwards through the Telegram that is on the screen. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you. So we have a question from online participants. Abdel.
Like there's a question, you mentioned Spring, but you said it can be anything else. Do you have something on Scala?
No, we don't have Scala, but we have Python and Django. But actually, I think that Scala also could be discussed because the project that you will be working on is so you can make some decisions on this project. And if you make us see that Scala is a good decision for this project, then okay, you can use Scala.
Just Scala is good for like high loaded systems. And another question, like just wanted to ask, like, is it okay if the candidate doesn't really know Spring but knows Java and Kotlin, this like kind of stuff?
Well, if you know Java, then Spring would not be a problem for you. And actually, as I've said before, we have strong experts in Spring, so we can help you with that.
Okay.
Okay, more questions? Yes, please.
I think it's better to turn the camera somehow so our participants could see our audience.
It's weird. I'm gonna ask a question.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So could you describe a little more about what do you expect at the end of the project? Like more
at the end of the project, we expect the MVP of the solution. So we expect that there will be a platform where a partner can register, can upload their products, can make some agreements with other partners, and where some statistics will be collected. So something like this.
So like both there should be admin interface where they select some stuff that they want to expose, and then there should be some kind of API integration between the partner, right?
I believe that the system that we want consists of both sides, the front end and the back end. So there will be the job for both front end and back end developers. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much. And just one quick question. Do you have a partner in mind that can test that system? Will be alpha tester?
Well, the alpha testers would be us. So the next step is to make our partners from our ecosystem join this platform and start using it. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So, more questions, or everything's clear for you guys?
Pretty much.
Everything's clear.
Like one question is like, we should text to you directly to enroll to your project, or?
No, not really here, like here. After today's presentation, you'll receive a questionnaire, all students, yeah, and you'll just specify your preferences, and then we will, you will be assigned somehow. We will decide about it.
But is it possible to
Okay.
set deadline for the form?
We will discuss it. We will discuss it later. Okay. Now is the time for presentations and for asking about the project.
Okay.
So if no questions, then thank you, Timur.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Our next presenter is ready. A bit ahead of time. So now is the time for. Oh wait, Igor, are you ready? Yeah.
Yes, I think I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, pretty well.
Okay, well, I can share. This is the first time in my life I use this software.
Yeah,
so let me try to share my. Okay, I need to give some permissions. Hold on, we'll take a second. But I can say, while I'm configuring this, I can say a few words that I'm coming from Huawei. We have a number of research projects right now going forward with okay.
Oh,
yes, because you have to agree to apply the permissions in the macro system. So you will bring them. Yes.
Sorry, I had to restart Chrome. Okay, now you should see my screen, I guess. My window.
Yes, now we see your presentation.
Okay. So once again, I'll be short. So I'm coming from Huawei. We have a number of interesting research projects running with Innopolis University. We have a few people already, a few teams actually working with us, and now we're looking for new projects, for new people to join us. So what I'm really interested, I have two projects to present today. The first one is new programming language. A new programming language which we make for the last, I believe, 1.5 years. And it's an open source one. So you can go to the URL and you will get to GitHub and see the source code, see everything we do there. The idea of this programming language is to become an interesting, experimental, and quite challenging, and quite, groundbreaking alternative to existing object-oriented languages like Java, C++, Python, Ruby, and what have you. We believe that these languages, they have certain problems, they have certain disadvantages, and because of that, programmers write code not as high quality as they may potentially write. So we created this language in order to try to improve the way people understand object-oriented programming. And it works quite well. So we have a compiler right now. We can use this language. We actually wrote a number of really programs in this language, actually together with Innopolis guys. We work together. And right now we have an interesting concept, interesting challenge for you to create a plugin for Intellij IDEA. So you probably know what is Intellij IDEA. It's a development environment where we all work. So right now we don't have a plugin for it. So now when you edit the code in our language, in EO, the language is called EO, then in Intellij there will be no syntax highlight, there will be no on the go compiling, there will be no debugging functionality, nothing. It will just a plain text. So we think it would be interesting to create a plugin for this environment
and make it open source as well, put it to the marketplace for the JetBrains marketplace, and become, if you do that, you will become quite, your contribution will be quite important and will help us, will help our language, and it will help you to become popular in the area of open source. We expect this plugin to be written in Java, probably. I think that's the main language they accept. And if you are interested to do that, I can maybe help you. You can just reach me on Telegram. I can explain how we expect this to be done, and so on and so forth. So that's the first. I'm going to present 2 projects today. So this is the first one. Let me know what you think. Is it interesting? What's your opinion?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Okay, then I can show you the second one, or you still have questions?
I think it's better to go to QA for the first one because, well, something could be missed, and then we'll go to the second. Everything is okay with it? Yeah. Okay, so you have questions? Like, yeah, let's clarify specifics. No. Any questions? No. Well, and we'll move forward.
So, like,
well, just I mean, take your time. I understand you now. You may not have questions. Just take your time. Make a screenshot of this slide. Go to the URL. Check the language. Talk to me on Telegram. I expect this project to be like not large, but not small. So making a plugin will definitely help you understand the internals of Intellij. And actually, I think in the strategically looking forward to where the development of software tools is going to, then I think we're moving to the era of plugins, from command line tools, from web instruments. We're moving to the area, to the territory, to the time of plugins. So if you look down the road like 10 years forward, then most probably people will use plugins for everything, and there will be more plugins than now, because right now when I develop something in Intellij, I frequently use a command line. I sometimes use web interface for some web-based tools. But in the future, I think we'll have everything inside the IDE environment. And if you jump into this train right now, then in 5 years, in 10 years, you will be the expert where all the important tools will be created. So that's like a motivation for you. All right. Okay, and then the next project is.
First, we have a couple of questions. So yeah, just one, probably one question. Anton, please.
So, is this language already used in some of the Huawei products? Probably. Yeah.
Well, it's a good question. Actually, it is used in one product. So we made it. We just made an experiment, and we took existing Java product and rewrote it using our language. And it worked. So that was an experiment. So it's not really, the product is not in production right now, but it will be eventually. So that's what we have so far.
Okay, and like, did you make any metrics, like the comparison between Java and Eolink?
Yeah, we did actually, yes. And now, if you compare, there many could be metrics, like for example, the size of the code you write, or the speed which you write the code, or the maintainability, like how easy the code can be understood, and so on and so forth. We didn't measure those things, but we only measured so far the performance metrics of the code which is generated by our compiler. So if you write something, for example, Fibonacci function calculator, or some graph algorithm you write in Java or in C++, and then you write in our language, then existing compiler, which we have right now from our language to binaries, it will give you the code with definitely lower performance than Java or C++. That's for sure. So performance will be lower, and comparing to C++, it will be, 10x times lower, so much lower. But that we believe is only because the compiler is not perfect. Because the compiler we made fast, we made it experimental, so we never aimed at making it a high-performance compiler. But that's for the future. So we plan to make this compiler different next year, which will be much faster, and potentially, we believe, theoretically, it should be able to generate code which is faster than C++ or Java.
Thanks.
Okay. Any more questions? No? Okay, so Igor, we're done with questions about the project, ready to the next one.
Next one is connected to this one. It is related to the technologies we use in this project, but it's not about the language per se. So inside this language, inside Eolink, the compiler which we use is written not like all traditional compilers. Most traditional compilers, they're written on the using the AST technology, abstract syntax tree technology. So they take the original language and then they parse the language. They generate so-called AST. AST is basically a collection of objects connected to each other. So like many Java or C++ objects which are connected to each other. And then by looking at these objects, they generate the target binary code or whatever, just the target result. We do it differently. We take the original language, we parse it and translate it and generate the XML file. So let's say we have, now I'm giving you a very primitive example of an XML, but we generate XML. And then using this XML, we're using XSLT language. I'll show you now the example. With multiple steps of XSL transformations, we generate the result XML code. And from that XML, we generate the binaries or the outputs. It's a very interesting process, but I will show you the primitive example. So let's say you have the XML file, which is, you can see on the screen, there are like a couple of books. So each book has an ID, like the author, the title, and then you want to generate the HTML from this XML. So how do you do this? Let's say you're a programmer no matter which language you use, Java, C++, whatever, Python. So you have XML and you need HTML. So how do you do this? You most probably will go through XML, taking objects by object. So you basically will write the code using DOM, the main object model. So you will parse the XML, and then from object to object, you will navigate XML using your programming language in a quite imperative way, just taking elements from there and attributes, and then generating HTML in some string or some string builder, or maybe you will use some sort of a template. But anyway, this technology, in my opinion, and not only in my opinion, it's quite cumbersome. So it's going to be, clumsy, difficult. A better technology was introduced, I don't know how many years ago. It's called XSLT. So you're looking right now on this picture, on this part of the screen, you see the XSLT program. It's called style sheet in XSLT. So for those who understand XML, it should be not so difficult to read. So it's basically a functional programming language in the form of XML, which the template here, the style sheet is the program, the template, call it a function. So they have templates which could be recursive, which are all mutable, which are designed in the best spirit of functional programming. And using this XSLT, you just apply this XSLT program to XML document, and you generate HTML. So that's all you do. So from this XML, you jump to HTML using this XSLT program. That's beautiful. I mean, the technology is extremely powerful, but the problem which we need to solve is that the XSLT syntax is very verbose. So too many lines. For most people, it's hard to understand this. It's hard to read this syntax. So we deal with large XSLT style sheets. Some of them are like 300-400 lines. So they're huge, and reading them is difficult. And there is no other language right now which would simplify XSLT. Just like people many years ago invented HAML, or what's the other one, the ERB or something. So there are languages which are simplifying HTML. So I'm suggesting a language like this, to design this language, to make this language, which will do the same as XSLT, but it will look shorter. So if you look at this new language snippet which I showed you, it does, I mean, it's very experimental, so don't hold me by the syntax, so it's definitely not right, but it conceptually demonstrate that we make the XSLT shorter, more readable, while it does exactly the same. I'm suggesting let's create this language. Let's invent this language, which will make XSLT transformations shorter, more understandable, and that will help a lot of people to adopt this technology. Because right now, this technology, even though it's, 15 years old or maybe 25 years old, it's extremely old. It's as old as XML, but not many people use it. I believe it happens because they don't like the syntax of XSLT. If we give them a different syntax with the same semantics, they may love it, and you, the creator of this new language, will become very popular, and your project will be popular. So that's it. What do you think?
Well, so that I'm not familiar with this EOS, right? Eolink. You write it in XML.
Yeah, the compiler of EO language is written in big portions of it are written in XSLT. Yes.
So the compiler is written in XSLT.
That's
and
right.
Then
yes.
it's converted into like binary or.
Yeah, we take, okay, the flow is like this. We take, for example, we take EO language syntax, the program in EOLang, then we parse it and generate XML. Then from XML, we do a number of XSLT transformations. So basically, we use, I would say, 30 or maybe more, like 30 steps, like one transformation, another transformation, another transformation. From the XML document, we improve the XML document with multiple transformations. And in the end, we get a larger and more rich XML document. And from this XML document, we apply the final XSL transformation, and it generates Java source code. And from Java, we run Java compiler, and we get Java binaries, Java bytecode.
Why don't you just convert it into Java bytecode without converting to XSL language?
Well, there are two questions, actually, you can just combine. The first question is, why don't we generate Java bytecode without generating Java sources? We believe, we believe it's better to generate Java sources because that's how you see what you generate. It's easier to debug. So when you generate bytecode, it will be very hard to understand there, so people will not be able to read it, so debugging will be extremely difficult. When you generate Java source code, you exactly see what's going on. And we don't understand why would we rewrite Java compiler. Java compiler is very powerful, very old, it's a good technology, so we just give our source code to Java compiler, and they do all the hard work for us. So I don't even know why Java-based languages or JVM-based languages, not all of them do the same. That's a question to me, because I think this is the right approach. Another question is, you're saying, why do we use XSLT, so many of them, right? To go from XML, why so long path? Because it's, again, this process is much more, much more traceable, much more visible for debugging. So we see what's going on. It's much easier to debug XSLT transformations because on each step, you see what is the XML being generated. So you take the source XML, and then you have 20 steps, like 20 different XML documents, and you can debug each of them. So you can see how you go from the beginning till the document which is ready to be sent to Java. So again, it's for traceability, for visibility. It really helps us in debugging.
And you cannot just debug in EOLink directly, so you have a debugger that does.
We can, but that will take more time. We can, of course, but that will be more difficult. So debugging AST, these AST transformations, it's much more difficult. So debugging Java is more difficult than debugging XML to XML transformation.
Okay.
I believe.
Thank you.
But of course, you need to know XSL, of course. For somebody who doesn't know XSL, anybody would say, come on, I love Java, I'm going to debug Java, I don't understand XSL. But we believe that managing data, managing documents, Java is not the language to do that. So Java is the language for managing code, for managing executions, procedures, functions, methods, but not data documents where you need data-to-data transformations. For data-to-data transformations, these technologies are much more effective, like XSL.
Okay, more questions? No? Got the idea of the project, more or less clear. Okay, then Igor, thank you. Thank you for presentations.
Right.
And we're ready to move to the next one. Who is next? Let me check our schedule. So Zenkar and Sergey Nikulin, if you're here.
Yes, hello everyone.
You could start a bit earlier, yes.
So should I share my screen?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Do you guys see it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool. So let me begin. So my name is Sergey Nikulin. I'm Chief Technical Officer of Zenkar. Zenkar is actually traditional startup, not very early stage. So we already have product which is launched and it's in production and used by real people in real world, and it's helps these people to improve their business. What they actually is doing, they're working on the market of car repair shops, and car repair shops in the Russia is a very fragmented market. So at the moment, it consists of three major groups of the car repair shops. First one is biggest group. It's traditional garages. It's really small shops which consist usually of just few specialists who working in some small, very small shops. Next one is independent shops. It's usually a little bit bigger. Sometimes it's small group of connected shops which may be presented in one city or in a city and located near it. And third group, which is much smaller in terms of size, but it's named dealers. It's subsidiaries of biggest car producers like BMW or let's say Audi and so on. And as we can see, this market is currently in process of big transformation. So garages slowly losing their market share because it's hard to compete on this market for them. And dealers also loses a little bit of market because for them it's too expensive to for people it's too expensive to do repairs in these traditional big dealer shops. So how this market in terms of the size currently is looking like in Russia? It's quite a big market in terms of money. It's more than 2 trillion rubles, and it's growing year over year. Also, most of the repairs is made for personal cars, which usual people like me and you using every day. As we can see, for last 2 years, because of COVID, most of the people can't buy new cars because of increase of price of these cars, and also because producers can't produce enough new cars. So most of the people have to use old existing cars on the market and have to repair it more frequently. That's why size of the car repair market growing much faster in last 2 years. As you can see, for car repair shops, most of the money comes from selling the parts, and less of the money comes from the works. To help these people, we currently provide 2 groups of the products. First products is targeted towards shops itself. So we try to automate as much as possible in terms of working inside the workshop. We may describe the system as CRM plus ERP for car repair shop. So we automate process of initial check-in of the car, the automate process of notifications, working with clients, and so on. Also some part of working with managing parts for the repairs and works like this. Also for usual people, we provide mobile application which let you book your future repair in car shop. Also, you can find workshop which is best and suitable for you, and later you can rate your repair to provide some feedback on how it's going. Also, our solution for repair shops lets them improve the quality of the work and also profitability of the work, because we provide some features like benchmarking against other workshops, provide features like some kind of automation, so they're more efficient and so on. But currently, this process is not completely finished. So we see some areas where we can improve this process in terms of people who is working in repair shops. For example, process of initial check-in may be vastly automated. So currently, at the moment, when a new client comes to repair shop, person at the facility have to write down car plate number. He have to check documents for the car, and also write down number of the documents, VIN number, and so on. And most of this work actually may be completely automated, because new generation of smartphones let you easily take photos car plate and recognize it. Also, you can take a photo of documents and also recognize, and this may be completely automated. So what we want to do, we'd like to create mobile application for workshop specialists, which will be able to automatically scan and recognize car plate number, and also scan and recognize standards documents for the car. We believe that this application may be done using React Native framework for cross-platform development. Also, you may use Flutter if you like, or if you more in native Android development, you also may write it using native Android code like Kotlin or Java. We will provide you existing APIs from Zencar, which let you generate new work request with information which you recognized using this application on mobile phone. And for computer vision, we encourage you to use free or open source libraries, but it's not required. So if you will find some good commercial solution, it's also possible to adopt it here. We believe for working on this project, we need team of 2 mobile developers, 1 analyst, and also 1 tester. Maybe a specialist in machine learning and computer vision will be helpful, but it's not required by our understanding. That's it about our project. For any additional information, feel free to contact me through email, and also our lead of development team, Artur Mohametov. Actually, he is currently offline in auditory, so you also can ask him if you have any additional questions. That's everything from my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
You're welcome, guys. Yes, please.
Is that a new approach using React Native or native Android? But what about Flutter?
Yeah, I mentioned that Flutter is also possible. So if you like Dart language and you know Flutter, you also can use Flutter.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
And what about iOS native?
Excuse me, can you please repeat?
It's about iOS.
I'm actually just don't know about this technology.
Swift.
Swift to IP.
You mean for iOS?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, for most of the workers in repair shop, they use Android. So that's why we prefer to develop this application first for Android. Later, it's possible to adopt it for iOS, but it's much smaller amount of people who will be targeted.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your presentation. And we continue, hopefully without any breaks. So next is SAT team, if I'm not mistaken, right? Andrei or Daria, who will present? I'm not sure.
I will present.
Okay, great. If you're ready, share the screen.
1 sec.
Yeah, I
1
think
second.
it's experience for everyone today to try Google Meet.
Yeah, I have some issues with security settings on my Mac. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, now we could see. Yeah, everything is okay.
Okay, so let me start. I would like to say a few words about Schaffhausen Institute of Technology, because I believe that not many people in this audience know about it. So the Schaffhausen Institute of Technology was founded a couple of years ago by Sergei Belousov in Switzerland, in Schaffhausen. And its main focus to combine the educational university and research study in the same under the same roof. Its main focus is in disciplinary approach. So the idea is to combine, say, the advanced materials research and quantum technologies, to combine computer science and digital life science and so on, and to build something from this interdisciplinary intersection to build something interesting and new. So Schaffhausen Institute of Technology is a non-profit organization, but we developed the ecosystem of the companies around it for profit. So we have a number of the companies around it, and for example, one of this company is SIT Alimira. It's an educational platform for Schaffhausen Institute of Technology and for some others, other universities and such. And I represent the SIT Rollers. It's a platform for researchers and scientists, and its main goal is to simplify and accelerate research lifecycle. In modern life, the most of the researchers use of the computers, use computer modeling, machine learning, and so on. But all the tools which now available for researchers requires a lot of programming, a lot of DevOps operations, like creating some virtual machines to deploy some Docker images, to install some libraries. And the problem is that modern scientist is more a programmer and IT specialist than physical biologist and so on. And the idea of our platform is to hide this complication from the researchers and to provide them with a simple UI for do this all this DevOps stuff for them, and to allow them focus on the science itself. So our platform is just started. We will have a couple. We will have first prototypes. I think in the middle of the next year, and we working closely with one of our pilot projects is a Kostya Novoselov material science project, and I believe that the group from the Innopolis also participate in this project, and we also building our platform to onboard this project as a first in our platform. And of course, we need apart from this project, we need more projects on our platform. So that's why we are creating number of the student research project to bring it to the platform and to fill it with the content, so to say. So the project I'm presenting right now, it's a photo animation machine learning project. The idea is to take portrait still photo of the person, and using deep learning and machine learning models, animate this photo into short 5-10 seconds video, which show kind of emotion from the list, like joy, fear, anger, sadness, and such. And the result of this modeling should be the video footage. So the technology involved, actually there are two different types of the neural networks. The first one is a convolutional neural network, which will need to do the recognition of the face and recognition of specific features of the face, like eyes, nose, lips, and so on. And the second type of the neural network is a generative adversarial network, which will be needed for this project. This one will be needed for generating the actual video of the animated person. And the idea of this generative adversarial network is to have two different the generator network, which generate fake images from the noise, and the discriminator network, which tries to detect which gives another input of the real images and compares it with the fake images, and to try to understand which image is fake and which is real. And working together, they are training together and generating more and more realistic images. So we expect that the students who will do our project will use the Python and Jupyter notebooks, will use some popular machine learning libraries like PyTorch or TensorFlow, and we allow to use any third-party code and libraries, component, maybe trained models, which are licensed under the good licenses, which can be used in the production code after that, like MIT license or Apache license and such. Also, there is important thing that to do such models, you need to train them, and to find the good data sets to train this model is quite difficult. So it will be important part of this project to research available data sets, and here we show one of the example of the good data set with the faces. It's called Celeba, and it's open source and could be downloaded and could be used for training the models. Okay, that's actually it. So my name is Andrei Melenchuk, and I'm CTO of SIT Rollers, this platform for researchers. And I will be supervise this research project myself. I'm not a computer vision expert. I am expert in software development methodologies, but we have in our team experts in machine learning, and if needed, I will bring them to the board, and we will work together with students who choose our project. So thank you very much. Any questions?
questions? Yeah.
So, are you planning to introduce any UI for that? Because as far as I saw, you have introduced many of the ML tools, but like how actually you would like see what is the result of your work?
Actually, this is up to you. Our goal is to bring when we have the. So for now, we don't have a rollers platform yet. So we are working on it. Sometimes next year we will have it. And our goal is to bring this project to our platform and make it public on it, and allow different people who come to our platform to examine what capabilities it have. They will be able to browse and to check these projects and to do something. So what kind of the visualization and what kind of tools you will use now before our platform is released? So it doesn't matter. So after our platform is ready, first prototypes are online, we will bring this project to our platform.
Thanks.
A question about your platform. So you basically DevOps for researchers, right? Or
no, the idea of our platform.
I can answer, Andrei, if you don't mind.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, actually, that's a great summary of a part of the platform. Yes, we will provide DevOps for research teams.
Now, I'm just curious how that specific application would be useful for, or would be used by researchers.
So researchers do not only physics or biology, but we consider artificial intelligence researchers as researchers who might be potential users for the platform. So this is just one of the research that might be a use case for the platform.
It will be as an example of research that can be done on your platform, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Hey guys.
Yes,
please.
to clarify. So is this an ML project or we need to develop the platform? Honestly, I'm confused. So do we need to develop the model that will generate the video emotions from the picture, or do we need to develop the platform for this science?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. Can you repeat, please?
I think Dari is just like too far away from Jabra.
Oh, really?
You could come. It's not a problem.
Okay.
Like it's a good domestic atmosphere now. You could do whatever you want.
Okay,
It's not a
so
problem.
my question is, do you hear me well?
Yeah, now it's better.
Yeah, great. So my question is this an ML project? So do we need to create an image of a video of emotions from a picture, like a model which will generate video of emotions from a picture, or is this a web project where we need to create like a platform for scientists? Because I noticed that you presented both things and I'm confused now.
No. The platform for scientists, it's our project. So we are developing the platform. The project we are proposing for the students is ML projects, which will be kind of the content on our platform.
So yeah, basically the output that you expect is only the model. So it's purely ML project, right?
Yeah, it's purely ML project.
Okay, thank you a lot. Thank you. I got the answer.
Okay. Everything's clear now. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you for presentation again. And yeah, one more round of applause. Yeah. So we're ready to move to the Schneider, if I'm not mistaken. Nikolai, are you here?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, we could hear you, we could see you. So the only thing is missing is your presentation. We are waiting for it.
I can share my screen,
yes.
for example. Okay. Could you see it now?
Not yet.
Sorry. I can send presentation to you, but please give me link where
But
I can
you
share
can
it.
share it easily, like here.
Okay.
The button share the screen, and it's the most convenient way. I mean, it's better than ask me every time to switch the slide, you know.
Okay.
Yes, and you're welcome to start here. We could say everything. Yes, am I right?
Okay. I see what you see. Okay, thanks. Greetings, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the university organizers for the opportunity to be here. And my name is Nikolai Sinchenkov, and I am a senior software developer in Schneider Electric Innovation Center here in Annapolis. First of all, Schneider Electric is a very big company, and it's international company with a lot of revenues and a lot of markets. Our project is software for training actions in emergency situations. We want to create a big project with a BPM system called Work Tasks and integration it with Aveva system platform. It's a big SCADA system. Do you know SCADA systems?
Yeah.
For example, Intellij, or maybe Edge, or SCADA Machine Expert, or some platforms from our distributors. Okay. In abnormal situations, operator must take very fast actions by instructions in the documents. In emergency situations, operators' faults can cost many human lives and many $1 million to company that create this process. And market needs a software that can teach operators how they act in these abnormal situations. So in market, we have so much software that can simulate some chemical process, some physical process, and we have a lot of software that can be SCADA systems. But when a normal situation exists, we must take an actions in BPM systems too. So BPM system is a big part of real manufacturers, and operator must delegate actions to the participants for fast reaction. A lot of market use cases, for example, big company MMK, or big company Evraz, or big company in oil and gas market named Gazprom Neft, Tatneft. For us, it's a big goal. We want to increase Schneider Electric's offer on territory of Russia to one position until August 22. And this project, this very small project, it can allow us to train operators by BPM system and SCADA system. It's a template for a big real project. Our activity plan is for the first time we can teach you how use our software, our BPM system, our SCADA system, and together with you, we can write technical requirements, learn them, improving them, and must take a big business process analysis. After that, at software development, you can use our service that was based in Schneider Electric Innopolis office. For example, only full remote work. Next step is factory acceptance testings. In SCADA systems, it often knows like FAT. It's on our service too. And next steps is documentation and some consulting customer on real project, on real integration. Technologies that we use are SCADA systems like big Aveva system platform, formerly known as Wanderway system platform, BPM system called WorkTasks, and it formerly known like Orchestra Workflow BPM system. Technologies that we use from programming language is C#. Framework was .NET framework for .8. We use SQL Server for our database and the reporting services for report designer. Our resources are project manager, system architect, and technical requirements provider. From Innopolis University, we want to take maybe 4, maybe 5 persons. One of them must be a technical writer, like a big business process analyst. One of them must be a software engineer, like a SCADA engineer, maybe PBM system engineer that can write code in C#. And one of them must be a MS SQL report designer, maybe database administrator, and another person must be a tester. Maybe each of roles can be tested too. Our project manager is my chief technology officer. It's Eldar Siganshin. You can see his contacts on the screen. And that's all. Maybe you have some questions about project. Oh, sorry, about benefits that you can take. As I say before, Schneider Electric is a big company, so you can take skills and competences in research activity and experience in worldwide company. We can take you to Schneider Electric summer school, maybe employed, and of course recommendation later. That's all.
Okay. Questions? No questions so far? Just start getting tired of it. Yeah, so many projects. Just take the it's a final straight line. So keep concentrated. Yes, question please.
What is the final?
It's better to come here, to be honest. Probably too far, and they will not people not hear you.
Yes, I didn't hear you.
What is the final deliverable? Are we speaking about like module for SCADA, or it should be some integration with the existing system, or like it's not clear?
Yes, it's clear. We're talking about some template project because in SCADA system we can create some automation objects. In BPM system we can create some processes, and we have a usual integration between these systems. It's like internal function of them, but we didn't have a big project about training operator actions in emergency situation. We have a lot of projects about how take maintenance, maybe or how about take some actions in usual situations, but not emergency. So it's only template.
So basically, we would have some software, and we should write some project inside it that will
Yes.
demonstrate this emergency situation actions.
Yes, yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
More questions? Okay, thank you for your presentation. And well, finally, the last but not least company will give you 2 presentations and 2 projects. So, Andrei, are you here?
I hear you, but you don't hear me because I have muted
I
my.
hear you, and now I
nice.
see you. Yeah.
Wonderful.
And the last thing that we need is your presentation.
Oh, just wait for a few seconds, I think. I will share my screen. Oh. I think you can see me, and one times me. And you also see yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Here we are. Yes, now we're okay with your presentation. You can start.
Oh, thank you a lot that you give me so much time. I look in the schedule and I think we have a time until 4 o'clock. Okay, I'm joking. In fact, I will be much faster and take all information about our projects. We have also 2 projects, so I have a little cheat, because I can say about company only one time and spend more time trying to describe the project. So first of all, let's begin about who we are, why we're here, and what we want from you. So about us. The company is MTS Lab, also featuring MTS Bank. We're working together, making a great project. And our philosophy is become a wonderful, great, fantastic IT company. Become a great company. We have a plan to make this wish real. And first of all, we try to develop our platform, our products, and also make our center that placed in Technopark is much better and comfortable for working. Also, we looking for new talents. We try to expand our company for more regions also. But we're also interested in developing this territory, and we want you as students, also as future talent employers. And talking about this, we have a small problem, I think. So describing the problem, what is it? Time limit. Maybe I should first introduce what the problem. The problem is that we try to find new persons, and we have spent a lot of time for looking for interviews, checking it, providing interviews with technical specialists, collecting feedbacks, shadowing the interviews. There are a lot of wonderful activities that go around this activity, the interview. So the first of the problem is time limit. In fact, I'm not HR or some kind of recruitment staff. So I have a time limitation because I have a lot of work that I should done as my profession included. That's why the first problem is time limit. Wide range of questions for all stack of technologies. That means that when I provide the interview or process the interview with some candidate, I need to remember a lot of different questions that is connected with the different fields of technologies or maybe stack or something else. In fact, in interview, it's not very simple activity, and I want to see them all. I have a cheat sheet for it. So something like with Notepad, so I write them and ask a person. In fact, it's a very good idea. I'm a great interviewer, but I don't want to do it all time. I want that everyone in my company can do the same thing as me, as in the same level of quality. Importance of soft skills. That's another problem because talking with a great professional, maybe if you ever heard Torvald Linus, he's a great specialist. It's a wonderful specialist. But talking about soft skills,
Andre, one comment. Could you speak a bit louder? Could you speak a bit louder, please?
Louder. Okay, just a second. Louder. Maybe I should put my laptop close. Is it better?
Yeah, that works. We're good.
Hurrah! Hooray! Okay, let's continue. Importance of soft skills and Torvald Linus. He is a great specialist, but how to check if he a great guy? Oh, it will be a very, very sad work when you sitting the nearest or behind him. That's why we also need to provide some soft skills questions in interviews. It's very hard working, in fact, because most of technical specialists, like developers or testers, they are introverts and they don't like to try understood how's a good person for conversation or not. Another problem is subjective assessment. Every time you provide the interview, you give some marks or some assessment for a person. And how to check if it's objective or not? I think it is impossible, so we want to solve this problem. Door effect. It's my preferable effect because today I have 2 or 3 interviews per day during all week. So there are a lot of candidates that should be process the interview. So I need to create a feedback. I need to remember all questions how they answer on it and how they provide their soft skills and who they are at all. So I think it is a objective effect, but it's real. I don't want to spend time trying to remember how it was. I want instant result and I want instant notes about candidate. Also share with the colleagues. It is an interesting problem because most of candidates, they can be great, they can be bad soft skills. Maybe you have a conflict, or imagine there's some situation that you interview a classmates. Maybe you have a problem in the past. So in such case, the best decision, I think, it is to provide the records of your interview to your colleagues, maybe in other departments, or maybe in other parts of company. It would be a great idea to hire these specialists. Yes, and the last problem, same questions all time. Really, I provide a lot of interviews and I hate to ask the same questions more than 3 or 4 times because I became looking like a parrot for me. Of course, interviewer that doesn't know that I already asked it, but in such situation, it's not interesting for me. So the interview became boring for me, and I have no fire in eyes. No, fire in eyes. Maybe it's Russian equivalent. I don't know how to say it in English. So I have no interest on interview. That's why I try to introduce new questions all time. But I want to be realistic. It's impossible to create such many questions, and also it's impossible to ask other colleagues to create new questions all time. Yeah. So I have described all problem, and what do you think about it? We think that we need some application, maybe client-server application that show question plan for interview have wide range of non-trivial questions from real practice that can be built by other colleagues. Maybe you don't want to provide an interview, but you have a great question from your practice, from your expertise. You can share it with us, and other colleagues will see it. So also, including this, we need to share situation from everyday activities, and I really like it because in such case the interview became also important for interviewer. Why? It's simple. Imagine in real industry, you every day can face with real complicated problems, and you don't know how to solve it. Be simple. Spend 1 hour or 2 maybe for interview, and during the interview ask this question to your candidate. Maybe he knows the real and good answer. It will save you time and give you some interest from the interview. I think we need to be, how to say, that interview also should be interested not only candidate, but also for interviewer. Yes, that's our idea. Also, I want Link to answer and what was missed. So what I talking about? During the interview, we record the interview. It's our common practice. So maybe I want a simple instrument that provide me possibility to put maybe time range or something else when I can, if I want, to see the answer again and make some additional notes. Yes. Quick evaluation, transparent metrics. So I don't want to spend more time and trying to create a great feedback that will get several pages of paper. I want quick evaluation. So maybe good, not bad, not as expected, or it was the question was failed, something like this. Aggregating of CV and feedbacks. It's just some kind of aggregating of information and providing the statistic of instruments that you will provide to us. Why it's need to improve it, just for and easy to add. It's not should be something complicated or spend a lot of time to learn how it works. It should be easy, just open and start to work. Yes, that's our expectation. Why? Why it is interesting? You want to say me why the product I just presenting is interesting? First of all, you're all students, and after education, you will visit a lot of interviews and try to find the best you want. So you can start preparing to interview in real industry right now. I provide a great experience for you how to find everything you want in the company, ask right questions. Also, you can train your soft skills, you can train your tech skills. You can find a way how to show that you are the best candidate ever seen. Yes. Also, we can share experience of our real industry products and what is really need to our industry. IT for IT. It is a great philosophy that IT specialist can make a great product for another IT specialist. That's why you create an important product. And common things shall be changed. What does this mean? I have spent a lot of time during the last years visiting a lot of kind of interviews, including in Russian companies, American companies, Poland companies, and Turkey companies, a lot of them. So I have some experience about providing the interviews, and most of them, it looks like they have a same template for interview. And after maybe 5th or maybe 10th interviews, I can answer all common questions like I'm a master of it, like I'm a guru. And they all thought that I'm something wonderful, something fantastic, and I'm greatest employer. But the companies was boring, and I need to refuse their offers. Really. So I think it's interesting, in fact. And talking about projects, what should be done and when? Okay, as I said before, we expectation a client server application, but it's also discussable because maybe you know how to do it better. Okay, source code and documentation. Of course, it is a product, and in fact, if product will be ready, we want to improve it, and we want some new features. That's why we need source code and documentation. Maybe it will be your product. Depends on you. In manual, so of course I have said before that application must be easy, but some kind of few words like press 1, press 2 should be included. That's fine. Milestones, they some kind of, I don't think it is really critical, but I think we need some kind of plan because if we have a plan and dates, we can do something good. In case there are not, so without plan we cannot win a war. Yes. That's all I think. In conclusion, I want to share some information about contacts, and in case you will download this presentation, you will see in the corner contact information. It's my work email and my private Telegram channel. You can write me and work at work time, preferable. Next time I will know once, I think. So also email included. Let's finish this presentation. I will ask, no, I'm not will ask, I will answer some questions, and we'll go through and go to the next presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, please.
So
And
what's
it's better to
what's the tech stack?
Come to tech stack. Okay, I have heard it. Talking about tech, I think it doesn't big matter because why? Because stack it is limitation. I don't want to provide some limitation. I want results. My goal is to create a fantastic product that will be important for all company and can be developed inside the company. For me, the stack it doesn't big matter. If you want to provide your career, if you want to continue your career in our company, it will be your product. You will become a product owner or maybe a product manager, all you want. If you don't want, we will find employers on the market and they will continue to work in community.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think we need more questions, like some simple questions or else. I know you're tired. I also be a student, but really, I think it's a good idea to provide some questions. It will help you to make a right decision.
So, okay,
you can ask why a wall is white. That was a question.
No, I think it's quite clear from what you want.
Oh, thank you for comment.
Okay, so yes, please.
What client do you want? Web or mobile, maybe?
It's better. I'm not sure that guys, I really hear you.
I can say what I hear. I hear that talking about expectation, mobile application, web application, or something else. Yeah.
Yes.
So, in case you don't want to think about the final result, I guess, and I suggest that it will be a client-server application, like web application. Yeah. Also, in case you will say me that I want to create a mobile application, okay, whatever you want. I need to meet my goal, how to say in English. I want to... Artem, help me, достичь цели.
What exactly you want me to help?
Достичь цели, переведи, пожалуйста.
Achieve the goal.
Yeah.
Achieve the goal, yeah.
I don't understand, yeah. Already. I don't need my translation.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. You are welcome.
Okay. Okay, so if no more question at the moment, we'll move to the final presentation of the same company here, MTS.
So, let's continue. The company is the same, but the project is not the same. Fork the open source. Okay. And really, it's something fantastic, and I think it is something like magic. Okay, what we are talking about? Fork the open source. The company is the same, but I want to include some prehistory. Have you ever heard someone the history about Xbox controller and submarines? No? I don't hear you, so maybe someone shout no or yes.
No.
Okay. You have never heard about Xbox controller and submarines. Americans, they are not stupid. Americans, they are great. They know how to be simple as much as possible. And they noticed that Americans knew military soldiers that make some practice on the submarines. Sales, repeat. They spend a lot of time during learning how to use a submarine periscope. It's a very complicated instrument. There are a lot of different controls, buttons, and much more parameters that need to be controlled. So, just for fun, just for experiment, they decide to use the Xbox controller. They program it to use on submarines. And it was something great and fantastic because sales spent only 3 or 2 days to become a master of using submarine periscope. I think it was a fantastic idea because why? Because during the old childhood or maybe teen times, people spend their time using these controls, and they know how to use it, know all combinations, how to use combinations, and it is very simple for them. And trying to use the same idea and same experience in real practice and real career, I think it is a wonderful idea. So, from this history, going to our history. What's the most popular messenger today? What do you think about it? Have you some ideas? What's the most popular?
Facebook Messenger, probably.
Facebook. I have never used it. Huh?
Some China Messenger.
China Messenger. Okay. I think it's joking on me because I would prefer to ask that it is a Telegram. Have you used Telegram or no?
Yeah.
So you joke with me, yes.
Yeah.
Telegram.
Kidding.
But when we're talking about big companies, industry companies, or also bank companies, as you remember, I'm working also in MTS Bank, they don't like Telegram, and nobody likes Telegram. Do you know why?
Something to do with the government, maybe?
In fact, for bank, it doesn't big matter, government or not government, no.
Okay.
I have passed the one notice about it. It is the second time on-premise limitation. Have you heard about it?
You said brain limitation?
On-premise limitation.
On-premise limitation, yes. Premise limitation, yes.
Yes, because Telegram, it is not on-premise, it's on cloud. And nobody wants to use it. So the great problem that it's not on-premise, but we have an idea. So talking about idea, It's our expectation, so it's too early. Have you ever seen a Telegram client? Do you know that is an open source client? So we can do everything we want because it's open source. We also know the API that's used by this client. So I think idea is very simple. In case we have an open source client already placed in the internet and everyone can use it, we know how API works. We can do magic. We can create our own servers on the company side and create new realization or create new build of program of client side of Telegram and start to use it like on-premise solution. So we decided it's a great idea and we want to try it. Of course, I understood there are lots of problems. We already provide some research about it. We know the problem that documentation for API, for example, is not actual, but clients is still open source and can be changed. So we provide some expectation. We want to use the same functionality. We want that it should be easy to support, and we want to desktop client. Desktop client built from the open source, and set up for using our on-premise servers. So the idea is very simple. Why it's interesting? Nobody done same before. I have checked it before. I try to find any solution because, for my opinion, the idea is very simple. It's mega simple. I don't know how to say it more understandable, but nobody done the same before. The first of reasons, maybe I'm really create something interesting. I really provide some interesting idea, or maybe there are some another limitation that nobody knows how to solve them. Also, why it is because high technologies. Imagine this unpredictable result effect that you create on-premise service for Telegram. I think some effect will be achieved. Thank you for this word. Okay, what should be done? As I said before, we want to server-side application. Create this server-side application, of course, include the source code and documentation for it to be supported and to be improvements or maybe some process of evolution of this product. Also, we need manual and client application fork. Maybe I understood that maybe client application fork doesn't need it because everything you need is to create your proxy server, and that's all. Maybe it depends on you. As I said before, I need to achieve the goal if it's possible. So milestones, they look the same as the previous projects. That's why I think there are not much questions about it, and I shouldn't describe it one more time. And as a previous, my contact information still the same. So thank you.
Yes, please. So, as far as I understood, you need Telegram server and the Telegram client, like open source versions.
Yes, I need Telegram server. Just a second. Talking about client, I do not really clean because every client already created. So just choose one of them and start to use.
But if I search on the GitHub the words Telegram server, I can find the Telegram API server made on a PHP, Telegram server made on Java, open like dozens of the open servers made for Telegram that you can use right now. Why we need to do another one?
It's kind of good question because some of them we already tried. There are a lot of different implementation problems, but okay, you can make some kind of cheat and provide your solution after the first 2 weeks of work. So in such case, you will have 3 or 4 months and great diploma work done.
So we can just use existing server as it's done.
And you can fork it.
In case it provides the possibility to achieve my goal, of course, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But don't be sure that it's already done or maybe so simple. I believe it could be simple, but sometimes it's not simple as we wish.
Okay, more questions?
Don't be shy.
Okay, guys. Again, if the idea of the project is clear for you now, then we could say thank you for our presenter, Andrei. Yeah. And with it, yeah, we have done. Yeah. So. Okay. So what we are going to do next? What are our next steps? So first of all, again, thanks for all speakers who still here and waiting for the end of this event. Thanks for participating today. And for you guys, what you need to do next? You need to think. What is your options? Which projects you would like to choose? So later today, I will send you a questionnaire, and you need to select 3 references to your preferences of the projects. Yes, Daria. You have time till the last minute of Sunday.
What?
Yes, I have asked already our industrial partners to share the slides. So hopefully today in the evening or maybe tomorrow during the day, I will share all presentations with you so you could go through them again and see if something is not clear yet. Recording, yes, but unfortunately I started the second presentation, not the first one. So the first with the MPI, well, you have to, you just need to remember it. But yeah, I will stop it right after this event will finish, and I will try yet to send it to you as well. Yes, please.
I think, and most of the students in this class will agree with me that end of the Sunday is not a good time because some of the students are like need more time to think because this is like a very serious decision that you will be part in like for the next 8 months. And then another thing, like I think it's not correct to bother the people during their weekend because I guess there are a lot of questions are left for like the project owners or something like that. So I think like we can consider Monday as a day for questions to the people from the industry and like can consider like the end of Monday as the deadline. I think that would be probably more reasonable. Because like, you know, Friday.
Well, in fact, why not? If it is really necessary for you guys, I mean, I always open to your willingness and your suggestions. So if you just, my only concern was that when the Monday starts, you will already forget everything about this project. That's why I set this deadline, because I thought that you have just 24 hours to remember everything and make the right decision. If you're sure that you need more time, and if you're sure that you will remember like all pros and cons of each project, because remember, this is like probably the solution of all your life, yeah, could be. So if it is okay for you to have a bit more time, we could postpone it till till the end of the month. It's not a problem at all. So you want it? Like majority vote, yeah? The deadline for Monday evening, yeah?
Or you can open it sooner if people want to vote sooner. They can.
I mean, we will send the question to you today.
Yeah,
we can send it.
So, yeah, just we need after some point we need to process your answers and form the group, form the teams, and start the process. Yes.
So I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
So yeah, first of all, like we put down 3 choices, like they're in priority for more
yes,
less prioritized.
Exactly.
Yeah. Then another question: what if theoretically, there are not enough people for project, then project is cancelled, yeah?
Yes.
Basically. What if it so happens that you choose 3 projects and all of them are cancelled? You know, it's chances slim, but
You're not lucky.
what if that happens theoretically?
B- for you. Yeah, you'll be dropped out of the course. It is still a valid question you want to answer from my side? Well, really, I don't know yet. I think it will not be the case that there will be such. I don't think it will be such situations that none of your 3 choices will be. Okay, if it will be the case, we will contact you personally and say, well, maybe you have some more priorities to decide. Something like this. Okay, you please.
What if more people than the team slots allow? Like maybe 5 apply for the same project?
No, I think team will be of the equal size. I don't know yet exactly the team size. From 3 to 5 persons, not more.
I mean, for example, if 6 people apply for the same project.
No, they will not do the same project. I mean, you have to choose 3, right?
Yes.
So out of these 6, 2 will take another one. It's not an option that 6 people will do the same project.
I understand. I mean, what is the priority? Who will be selected first?
Well, in the questionnaire, you also will provide your strengths, your potential role in the project. So we will form the team taking into account this option, this aspect as well, because we don't want to have a team of 4 project managers, or even 3 project managers and 1 developer. It's also not a good case, so we'll try to make it more or less.
So we can upload our CV or something, or we just.
No, it's everything in the questionnaire. It's kind of basic things. Again, we don't who will decide how to form the teams. Me and 1 or 2 of my colleagues, and for sure we will not go through all your CVs again. Yeah.
Why not?
Because I'm too lazy to do it, and I have no time at all. So we will use a questionnaire. We'll see which role you would like to have, and we'll try to give appropriately.
But we can, for example, provide more information about why we want this role.
Yes. Well, you will everything in the questionnaire. You will provide enough information. You will select the project, and you will explain why exactly this project is good for you. Why we should give this project for you exactly.
Yeah, I have a question. No. The question is, when do we learn the distribution of the projects? Is it before or after the next semester?
Definitely you'll know it this year. I mean, it was the main.
If some people want to drop out, it must be before the next semester.
I couldn't say that I like the way you're thinking right now. Well.
Yeah, very bad team. It means
What's your concern again? That you will be the bad team? So you see, guys, your classmates not good enough to be.
Спасибо, не замерзла.